Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I will ask the clerk to do the roll call.
Thank you very much. President Raymond?
Here.
Thank you, sir. Vice President Taylor? Trustee Calvert? I am here. Trustee Simon Holland? Trustee Kelly? Here. Trustee Minetto? Here. And Student Trustee Noble? Here. All right, Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Well, we have a special guest with us today from the Boy Scouts, John Williamson, and he will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I would like to ask if the Board of Trustees and everyone in the room would join us in taking a moment of silence. Reno lost a wonderful man today, Mayor Bob Cashel. He meant a lot to me personally, and I know many of us here, just a passionate advocate, not just for our community, but for public schools, for everyone in Washoe County. So if you would all please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, thank you all so much. Okay, so moving on, we have item number 1.04, which is the action to adopt the agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you so much. Second. A motion from Trustee Scott Kelly, a second from Trustee Katie Simon Holland. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you so much. And next on the agenda is our consent agenda. So I will now be looking for with item number 2.01, approval of consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.07. Are there any questions about this? Do any trustees need to pull any of these items for discussion? All right, then I'd be looking for a motion. Or excuse me, do we have any public comment? Okay, thank you. I'd be looking for a motion on this item. Okay. Motion from Trustee Katie Simon Holland and a second from Vice President Dr. Angela Taylor. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you so much. Actually, we do have one request to move an item up. The NB Energy check presentation, item number 4.02. I was just going to move that up, and then once that check presentation is done, then the interim superintendent will leave with the check. Possibly not coming back, we don't know, but as we discuss item number 4.01, does anyone have any problems with that? Do I need to have a, okay. All right, so then I would, so then I would like to have called agenda item 4.02, which is a presentation by NV Energy to the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped a page. My fault. I'm sorry. So might be a second here. So I do need to have agenda item 3.01, public comment. Sorry.
Janie Luciani.
Hi. I'm Janine Luciani. I've been a teacher at the Washoe County School District for 25 years. I teach third grade currently at Stead Elementary. I am here today representing Empower Nevada Teachers, which is a grassroots movement of dedicated teachers who believe that Nevada lawmakers are shortchanging Nevada children by not properly funding education. Nevada spends less per pupil than 90% of the country. 90%. That means we are near the very bottom. Our group is comprised mostly of teachers, those of us with boots on the ground, those of us working with students every day. But there are also many business owners and community members who support this movement because they understand that education is the backbone of any community. Without a strong education system, no community can flourish. We believe that Nevada and its students and community members deserve better. 50% of teachers in Nevada leave the profession after only 5 years, and a third leave after only 3. And I know why. Individuals who enter the profession are excited about educating our youth, and then they become deflated when they learn just how bleak our education system is. Teachers are paid far less than any other professionals with the same amount of education. They are put in charge of classrooms that are overflowing with students, including behavior issues that take away from the learning of others. And on top of that, they're inundated with mandated requirements that involve a ridiculous amount of assessments and paperwork. Additionally, it is teachers who take the blame for low test scores. They say there is a national teacher shortage, but the truth is there is a shortage of individuals willing to finance a college education just to be underpaid and undervalued on a daily basis. We are feeling the shortage here in Washoe County, but the current practice of placing long-term subs in classrooms for an entire year is not the answer. This problem will continue and continue to get worse unless we act now. We come here today because we believe that the Washoe County School District should be publicly helping us with this fight. We know that your hands are tied when it comes to money. Although there are some areas within the budget that could be funded differently, we believe that you would pay more if you could. We believe that you would lower class sizes if you could. We believe that you would provide more support for state mandates if you could. But you can't. And you can't because Nevada does not properly fund education. But we can no longer stand by and allow this to happen to our community. Let's face it. We are on the same side of this issue. We should be working together to demand that our state put more money into education so that we can lower class sizes, provide students with needed resources, and provide teachers with a livable wage. That is the only way we will be able to keep experienced teachers, attract educators to our area, and entice college students to enter the teaching profession. Please join us on April 18th for March for Ed in downtown Reno. We believe that Nevada lawmakers will listen when teachers, along with their administrators, district, and community members, are united in this fight. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, and thank you for your service to our students in our district. Thank you.
Pablo Nava Duran.
So I have no time to wear professionally, so here I am. So today, welcome back, Happy New Year. So hopefully wonderful day. So I'm here for this meeting because I'm here for zoning meeting on Nero meeting to discuss. I will discuss later. So I'd like to congratulate Mrs. Reno for being a new president. And I hopefully, like if I try to stay here until the zoning was done. So I know remember the 14th amendment said we'll have a cause. So that's near the Bible say. So I'm not going to tell again. So I will talk about zoning meeting later.
Thank you very much.
John Eppolito.
My name is John Eppolito. I am a former K-12 teacher and the father of 4 kids. 2 of them are still in the district. And I'm also the president of Protect Nevada Children. And I wanted to talk briefly about this story that My News 4 aired January 29th, titled, Reno Mom Says App Used in Son's School Contributed to Her Son's Suicide. That's the moment of silence for Caleb right there. The mom didn't say that the app caused the suicide. She said the app contributed to the suicide. And this is worse than what we've been talking to you guys about for 3.5, 4 years, and you guys still don't get it. This kid killed himself. What he did was the day before, this happened in October. The day before he killed himself, he logged into a school-approved app that you guys still use, I don't know why, called Kahoot. He logged in at school on the school computer or his phone and took a test titled, "Should I Kill Myself?" That was the title of the quote-unquote test, a 3-question test. The next day, Caleb killed himself. This is worse than what we thought, yet you guys don't seem to want to do anything about it. I'm not sure why. That test, "Should I Kill Myself?" If he didn't kill himself, his mother would have never known he took that test on Kahoot. But you know who would have known? It's Kahoot. And anybody that Kahoot shares or sells that information with. So all these kids are doing all these things on hundreds and hundreds of apps that you guys are allowing to be used. You don't know the implications of what the future for these kids on what they're doing on these apps. Their parents don't know what they do. This mom wouldn't have known if he was still alive. It's terrible. And the biggest problem is, you know you can't protect the kids, but you won't allow us parents to protect our own kids by opting out of using these apps. My kids spend 2 hours a day in front of the screen because of this stupid one-to-one program that you guys snuck in Incline High School without teacher input and in a private meeting, and it's ridiculous. And I get so frustrated with you people. Oh, gosh. I didn't even get to the comments I have written down. 5 times that we know of, you guys have compromised the children. There have been 3 data breaches, 2 by school officials, 1 by an approved vendor. Then there was the sale of Edmodo to the Chinese. That's the biggest platform. It has a social media. It has schoolwork. They bought it for the profiles that Edmodo had on the kids. Now the Chinese own that. And the 5th one is this Kahoot. It's frustrating that you won't let us opt out. You're forcing parents to use this stuff, and now we've had a big problem. Now, granted, this was a Bishop Minogue student, but the app is still used in Washoe County School District.
Just would like to state that the district determined in May of 2019 that Kahoot did not meet the privacy concerns for the district, and so it was determined at that point that it would not be an approved app. It does take time for that process to get out to the schools, so it is effectively out of the district by July 2020. Thank you very much. All right, now we will move on to 4.02. Presentation by NV Energy to the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees for $233,196.79 in rebates earned through energy efficiency projects performed during 2019 with funds to be used for additional energy efficiency projects. And we are joined by Dr. Jason Geddes of the district's Energy and Sustainability Manager, and Michelle Follett, NV Energy's Vice President of Customer Operations.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. I was going to introduce Michelle, but you've done that, Madam President. Michelle.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Michelle Follett, Vice President of Customer Operations from NV Energy. We are so pleased with our long-term partnership with Washoe County School District, and together we've done 47 energy efficiency projects, saving 4.7 million kilowatt hours in energy. In addition to that, we've replaced over 97,000 light bulbs with energy efficient LEDs. We couldn't be more thrilled to be here today and to present this check, an efficiency check for $233,000 and change.
Thank you so much. I thought we could have the trustees and the interim superintendent. We'll all gather up front here to take a quick picture. Thank you so much for coming to us today with this. I know many of us have visited schools where we've seen these energy efficiency projects in action, and many of us were at McQueen last year, where we learned quite a bit from the students even about how they've incorporated into the curriculum. So it's a great partnership, and we're so fortunate to have you here today. So if everyone wouldn't mind, unless there's any other comments, we can just join up here in the Okay, moving on to back up to agenda item 4.01, which is an update on the progress of the superintendent search process and information on upcoming board meeting and work session topics. As I mentioned earlier, we do have the interim superintendent leave the room for this agenda item, as she is one of the candidates for the permanent superintendent position. And so we are joined now by Emily Ellison to lead us in this conversation.
Good afternoon, President Raymond, trustees. Glad to be here today. I'm sitting in for James Guerra of JG Consulting, who's the consultant facilitating the search, but I'm pleased to provide some additional updates. It's a hard act to follow, delivering money. I feel like I should have brought my update on a big piece of paper or something. So I touched base with James yesterday just to get the most current status. And we continue to have strong interest in our search, candidates reaching out to him and candidates that he's engaging in conversations. He's also really excited about the AASA School Superintendents Association conference that's happening this week in San Diego. There's a recruiting opportunity there as well, and so he's looking forward to being able to engage candidates as a part of that process too. The application deadline is this Friday per the timeline that we set a couple of meetings ago, and the next steps kind of in our process are on 2/25 we'll have a work session before the regular meeting of the trustees, and we'll be talking about four important considerations during that work session. The first is interview questions, and so James has a proposal for how he'd like to work with each of you to develop interview questions for the initial interviews and the finalist interviews. And then once finalists are identified, I know we had some previous conversation about how best to engage community stakeholders and employees with finalists in order to provide you all feedback for consideration during the finalists interview process. And so we'll be talking about some different options for that as well, and having you make some determinations about what you'd like to see in that process. Then also Chief General Counsel and I hope to bring a contract template that we talked about before for review, so that candidates know kind of what the framework is for our terms of engagement, if you will. And then James's firm is also providing some compensation information, some comparable data, in order to set a compensation range, so that again candidates can consider whether or not this is an opportunity that they're interested in continuing to pursue. So 2/25 will be a big meeting, but we're excited to make some of those milestone decisions. After that, on March 10th, we have a work session scheduled where James and his colleagues will provide candidate recommendations to the Board of Trustees. That's the online profile reviews that he shared with you at the beginning of this process, the technology that his firm uses. And from there, we expect that you would narrow it down into the candidates that you'd like to see brought forward for an in-person interview. And then we tentatively slated March 30th through April 10th for kind of the remainder of the activities. So those initial interviews, whatever the activity will look like to engage stakeholders with the finalists and create that feedback loop, and then the finalist interviews in order to hopefully identify our candidate, our finalist. So any questions on kind of the general framework or the direction that we're headed?
Anything? Great.
All right.
Well, thank you
Thanks
for the update, Emily. I know we have a lot to look forward to at our next big work session.
Yes,
so thank you.
yes, we do. Thank you.
We'll just give it a minute for the superintendent. Do you want to get her?
didn't get that far with the check.
That's why we kept it short. So you could. All right, we are now on agenda item 4.03, which is presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the following as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee at their meeting on February 6, 2020. The Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program to include the 2019-20 D Major Project Program in the total amount of $61,200,000 to include projects throughout the Washoe County School District pursuant to the attached list of program projects and associated costs for each project. And we are joined by Adam Searcy, the Chief Facilities Management Officer.
Hi, good afternoon. Adam Searcy for the record. This is a presentation of the exact same material that we presented last week to the Capital Funding Protection Committee. It's going to consist of basically 3 separate presentations. I'm going to bring up some different team members from each project so you can hear from the subject matter experts. Feel free to interrupt at any time, and we'll kind of entertain Q&A at the end of each presentation, but really there's basically 3 separate presentations and then 1 single action at the end of it. Okay, so just diving into this one, we're talking about Hers Middle School and Bohatch Elementary School, both actively under construction and scheduled to open August 2020. You can see what they looked like in January and December respectively, and they're on pace for on-time openings. These are the numbers that were approved by the Capital Funding Protection Committee and the school board back in October 2018. These numbers were our best estimates of costs at that time, using considerable information. Recent schools, we had built independent third-party cost estimates and market escalation, etc. So this was our budgetary allocation approved by the board, and then in January and February 2019, we opened bids, hard bids, low bids on those projects, and unfortunately, both came in over the estimate for construction. Notably, only 1 responsive bidder submitted for each project. And we ultimately, after consulting with the Capital Funding Protection Committee, elected to move forward with the recommendation to award based on the demand for overcrowding relief associated with those schools and the reality that the market costs were escalating at such a pace that repackaging and rebidding in an effort to try and actually get a lower price would likely have the opposite effect. So we proceeded with award, and as you can see, are well into construction. So thus far, as I said, each project is on time and on contract budget. They are working within the contract that we've executed with them that was on bid day beyond the allocated amount. Again, that's the second bullet. Construction contracts remain in excess of allocation. These are the actual committed dollars versus budgeted dollars as of the end of January. A good portion of the furniture has not been fully purchased yet, so that's in progress and is anticipated to basically be fully committed in the next month or two. So you can see we still have that that remaining delta really from bid day of just over nearly 1.4 and $2.4 million respectively. However, recent performance on other school projects has exceeded expectations. Cold Springs Area Elementary School, soon to have a proper name, did receive outstanding market competition and participation. We saw a low bid award of nearly basically $4.5 million below what was budgeted there. And then you can see on the right the actual performance for the 2 middle schools that we have opened for a variety of circumstances coming in nicely under budget, having completed all of the construction associated with those schools. So really this is not the action at hand. The action ultimately is to allocate the budget, but this is just to help reassure everyone that there are some monies that could be reapplied pending this action. So here's really the action item slide. I wanted to adjust that reallocate to clarify that this is sort of a budget augmentation request associated with HERS and Bohatch and let the business office fill those buckets as they see fit. But there are opportunities on some of these other school projects, major projects, but to augment, to modify the approved budget for HERS and Bohatch, we needed to get approval from the Capital Funding Protection Committee and then subsequently the school board. So what the recommendation is, and what you'll see here at the conclusion of all of this, is a budget augmentation of $1.5 million for John Bohatch Elementary and a budget augmentation of $2.5 million for Marcy HERS Middle School. That will allow us to fully furnish and fully complete those projects and have them ready for students' first day of school, August 2020.
Thank you. Quick question. Just so you're asking for 1.5 and 2.5, even though the difference is a little bit less than that. That's to give a little wiggle room.
It is, honestly. It was a round number, so it's nothing more than that.
Okay.
The wiggle rooms, if the desire was to put it right at the 1.39 and 2.35, that the bids were over the construction budget, that would be satisfactory to get the job done as well.
Well, I thank you for that, but I think the key, for me anyway, is that there's some savings in other areas with this, so it still isn't over allocating the amount of money that we've already agreed to spend in terms of construction of these new schools. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm okay with the 1.5 and 2.5. I just wanted to make sure I was reading it accurately.
There's projects that come in, you know, here and there. I highlighted the other elementary and other middles, but for us to move budget between major projects, we need to come back and get permission for that.
Understandable. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Hi, Adam. So we don't have Cold Springs Elementary School under construction yet, but we're confident that there will be funds available to move away from there. I mean, we have Bohatch and HERS well underway, and we're only doing this now. I just wanted a little background on that.
Certainly. No, good question. We have awarded the comprehensive construction contract on that. That was a $32 million award versus the budgeted amount of $36.5. So there's, and that $32 million award includes nearly a 5% force account to account for the certain changes and reasonable unforeseen conditions. That budgeted amount of 36.5 does not show the total allocation for that project. That includes another, several million for FF&E and professional services. So in all there's no reason to anticipate that those budgets would not be met, just purchasing those services and FF&E items. The majority of the budget is made up of that construction contract. So barring something truly catastrophic, we'll be able to deliver that project within the $32 million, much less within the budget of $36.5. So, reallocation of $1.5 million out of the amount that one's under budget. It's a reasonably safe assumption.
Okay, and then if I might just continue with the question. So I guess just a question about why we're only doing this now when we had this problem in January and February of 2019.
Also great question. The awards at Bohatch and HERS also included appropriate force account. And so, at the time, there are just too many unknowns, and there was certainly speculation that everything could go perfectly and that none of that force account or little of that force account was needed and used, and that perhaps the FF&E purchases didn't accelerate with the rest of the market pricing, and that the total allocated amount, I guess shown on slide 3 of $81.4 million, for example, for HERS, would be, we could sort of find the slack that $2 million in that total allocation. That was not a realistic, optimistic conclusion, but we acknowledged the fact that the price was over on bid day. Said, let's go forward and see how this contract performs really through the winter. Now we're more or less out of the woods from a construction risk standpoint. However, in getting to this point, the construction project has proceeded as you would expect a project to, and we're not going to be able to absorb that bid day delta and need to come back and have this conversation.
If I could just, and I don't mean to be, hounding on this. I am just a little bit nervous that we're borrowing money from Cold Springs when we aren't farther along with that project. I know you've put a cushion in there. You're only taking 1.5, and we should be 4.5 below the budgeted amount. But I just wanted to put that on the record. And then I also I just shared by email previously that I think it'd be great as we're doing these projects if we can see how much we've spent to date, because some of these projects are done in pieces. So we do a grading contract, and we do an FF&E contract, and we do a whatever else, Wild Creek, we do a ditch relocation. If we could know what's cumulatively been authorized and approved per contracts, and then what percentage of the budget that represents. So we are alerted earlier on if we're getting close to bumping up against the approved budget amount. So just a thought, just a suggestion that certainly others can consider. Thank you, Madam Chair. President.
Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. And to kind of piggyback on that, on Trustee Simon Holland's remarks, I think it would also be good to know the cost of land that was associated with the projects. Now, in this case, Marcyhurst Middle School, the land was donated to us almost, not free, but almost free. So it'd be, and then for Cold Springs, I believe that land was also donated to us by the developer that was also building homes out there. So it'd be good to know whether the land was donated, whether it was free, whether we purchased it at market value or whatever. That would be good to include in there as well. And then maybe, Adam, if you could kind of explain to people what market escalation and the regional demand for projects, what that all means and how it's impacting our ability to build schools where we see the cost starting to rise. Just explain to people what that means.
In simple terms, the cost of goods are going up. There's a labor shortage. There's high demand for all the materials associated with that. So whether the costs attributable to the project are driven by labor shortage and wage increases associated with that, or just raw material cost increases, we're feeling it in the 5 to 7% range per year on all of these types of major projects. Conversely, contributing to the decision to move forward with this is your money ahead if your time ahead. We're always hustling on these construction projects because time is money here, but we do the exact same project a year from now, and it's for sure going to cost 5% more than it costs today. So moving forward with these projects, when the bids were open, was the most prudent financial decision. It's just a matter of coming back when we can see the finish line in front of us and having this conversation, knowing exactly what it's going to take to finish this job out. So it's a double-edged sword for this community right now in a lot of ways, but we're also seeing historically low interest rates and tremendous performance of our revenue streams as well. So from a business standpoint, it's kind of getting off topic, but just for the good of the order, the revenue streams are coming in greater than anticipated as well. Okay, I'm going to just keep flowing through these presentations a little bit. As I mentioned, we can come back to this at the end if there's nothing more. On this next one, I'm going to pass the microphone off to some of our key team members associated with SWOPE for an update, and you guys can put them through their paces.
Hello, I'm Teresa Golden, Director of Design and Planning with the Capital Projects Department. Thank you very much for having us today. This is Greg Park with United Construction.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I'm with United Construction Company. I'm a project manager, pre-construction project manager for United.
Thanks, Greg. So I do have other members of our design team here today, one of which is the principal of SWOPE, Mike Nakashima. He has been very involved in this process with us, which has been great. Also, I have Paul Walsh with Architects Plus, who will be speaking here in a few minutes. Thank you very much for having us here today to propose our design update and budget request for SWOPE. It's been a very collaborative, just an awesome process with the design team. We've really enjoyed it up to this point, and I'm sure it will continue. This is a package that we are proud of to present to you today. It's very comprehensive, and it is directly from feedback from the board members and from the community and from the staff at SWOPE as well. Just to revisit why we're here today, and really it is due to overcrowding. We're relocating the sixth graders up from the feeder schools into the middle school due to overcrowding. Hopefully along the way we will be able to meet some of our education specs and also provide some refresh for the building, which was built in 1966. Uh-oh. Not advancing. No, it's changing. Oh, now we're way forward. Okay. Let's get back to where we were. Okay. We'll be touching on previous approvals today, schedule review, project implementation, and finally our budget request. So these are just some of the previous approvals received from the board, and we did have an informational update to y'all in December. I've also listed the community outreach that we've done to this point in time. We've had community meetings at SWOPE. Councilwoman Breckus was attending at that meeting, which was great. November 7th, we had a NAB meeting, again, for her ward. She attended that meeting as well. And then in December, we did submit our plans as required by the city of Reno to submit our site plan review. As part of that process, public notices were posted around the neighborhood that notify the neighborhood of the project and when it's going to happen and sort of what the scope is. And that has since been approved by the city of Reno with no comments from the community or the city. We are planning on an additional community meeting at SWOPE on March 5th at 5:30. We'll be informing the families and giving them updates and providing them a little bit more detailed implementation plan similar to what we're going to be showing you today. So this is just an overview of our phased construction schedule. The areas in green are the areas of construction for each phase. As you can see, it is very continuous starting in June of this year and going through August of 2022. Note that any and all remediation for asbestos or lead will happen on during summer months and or nights and weekends, as well as any very disruptive construction is planned to be at those same time periods during summer and off times for safety for the students and staff. I'm going to hand it over to Greg now to talk about the implementation plan.
Thank you, Teresa. The first phase that you see here is primarily consists of utility infrastructure to support the new gymnasium and classroom expansion. We're also doing some work to the existing building, which is mainly life safety retrofit, fire sprinkler retrofit of the existing building, upgrading of the existing fire alarm system, and then also bringing in the new site fire lane and fire hydrants on the site as required with the city. We are putting in, as you can see, a new soccer field and track. We wanted to make sure we had a quality outdoor play area while we're doing the construction on the other areas of the site, which we're taking away playground area at this point. And then some of the other existing building upgrades. It's a new audio enhancement system, it upgrades to the existing intercom system. And then also we are insulating the existing structure. So we're going to go in and insulate the existing attic space result in energy efficiencies and costs. And then also a new main front entry, as you can see just at the very front of the building there. We've closely coordinated with the staff of the school and developed a staging plan. Separating staff, students, and the public is paramount in our book as far as safety goes. And so we've worked very closely with them to come up with a good staging plan for this first phase. The majority of this work is going to be done over the summer of 2020, so there should be really very little disruption to staff and students. Here's an aerial overview of what the first phase completion will look like, and you can see the prominent feature of the main entry in the front. Phase 2, this is where we'll go in and construct the new gymnasium. It's approximately a 19,000 square foot gym building with locker rooms and also activity room. Upon completion of the construction of the new gymnasium, we will relocate temporarily the existing library into the activity room so that we can start construction on the new kitchen within the existing facility. Excuse me. Also, we'll be doing some hallway improvements. So the existing corridors will go in and paint and new flooring throughout the existing building. And then also an upgrade, a much needed upgrade to the band and choir room at that school. With this many students coming in, there's certainly going to be an increase in the number of band and choir students as well. Again, we'll coordinate very closely with the staff to make sure that construction activities are separated from staff and student activities. And then also we're proposing going in and doing some sound attenuation measures so that we keep, during construction, we can keep the noise levels down for the classrooms. Here's an aerial rendering of what it will look like when the gymnasium at the completion of phase 2. And you can see the how we're separated away from the main core area. Phase 3, this is once we're complete with the new gymnasium, that's where we'll tear down the existing gymnasium to make way for approximately a 40,000 square foot, 2-story classroom building. Some of the other things that will be taking place within the existing school is the expansion of the existing multi-purpose room. Again, with this many students coming in, that they're going to definitely need more room in the multi-purpose room. And then also remodel and renovation of the existing admin and office spaces. We will be going through in this phase and replacing the dated HVAC system throughout. So between the new HVAC system and the installation that we've done in the first phase, there should be some energy efficiencies at the school. Again, this is a phasing plan that we have developed with the staff and to separate students and construction activities. And we'll maintain the sound attenuation blankets through this phase. Some of the site improvements on this one is we are going to put in new outdoor basketball courts, and we are doing parking lot improvements over on Kill Drive as well. Here's your overview of the total completion with the build out of the gymnasium, the classroom addition, and the front entry. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Walsh, the architect, who will elaborate more on the construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. The approach we took for this project included utilizing the existing school's courtyard for the 2-story classroom wing and the gymnasium, with the intent of minimizing the impact of the addition on the surrounding neighborhood. The materials we were proposing for the addition are intended to match the character of the existing building. The new roofs on the addition that are visible will match the roof of the existing school. The masonry that's proposed for the addition will utilize a light-colored, multi-colored, and textured masonry that, along with the windows, will create a vertical pattern on the addition that mimics the pilasters that currently exist on the gym that we will be replacing with this building. The masonry alterations or modifications with the different colors will also help to break down the large volume of the addition into smaller visual elements. And the The front entryway of the building structure, the new structure, will enhance the entry to the school by enlarging that entry in width and height. Will provide a metal panel siding that has an accent color calling out the entry. And then we will also be providing additional signage capabilities and graphics at the front of the building. The front entry structure will also house the new mechanical units that accommodate the administrative area and the multi-purpose room. At the rear of the building, the west end of the gymnasium presents a very large mass from the addition, and we've attempted to minimize the impact of this large mass by incorporating a metal canopy system, by including additional graphics at the back of the school, and by utilizing the multi-textured and multicolored block to break that large mass down into smaller elements.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, appreciate it. So Greg mentioned earlier some of the off-site improvements that we'll be completing, but wanted to get into a little bit more detail. These improvements are a direct result from the traffic study that we had done by Headway Transportation, as well as some community input and some city code requirements. We'll be putting in a new sidewalk on the entire front side of the school. It'll be a little bit wider on the back side on Sherwood as well. We'll be doing new sidewalks and replacing curb and gutter in certain areas. There will be a total of 4 new crosswalks and 4 new stop signs around the school in various areas. One crosswalk in the very front of the school will also receive a new pedestrian flasher as well. So when we began this project, the only areas of the existing building that we were going to improve and expand were those service areas that we really had to expand due to the sheer number of the kids that were coming into the school. And since we started programming and started talking to the staff and getting more input from the community and the board itself, we've had a lot of inquiries and questions about what are we doing to the existing building to make it feel more equitable to the new classrooms in the new building. And our answer at that time was, well, not a whole lot. So we have thought about that more. Bless you. Quite a bit more, and Greg has already mentioned some of these items, but I'm just going to go through them in a little bit more detail. So some of the items that we are proposing to add to the scope that were not initially in it are the expansion and renovation of the band, choir, and strings classrooms. Due to, no doubt the number of students will increase in those rooms, and they are already jam-packed in there. So the next item would be to do some flooring upgrades, do some sort of new floor treatments in the corridors, and new painting and new paint concepts in the hallways. We'd like to upgrade the technology and all of the existing furniture in the classrooms. And technology, that means new audio enhancement devices and new Promethean boards for the instructors. So the idea being that no matter what classroom kids enter, they're getting the same exact experience in regards to technology and furniture in every room they go into. So we think that's really important. The next item, and probably the most expensive one, is replacement of the HVAC system in the existing building. That was not planned initially. And so we did a bit more research because the staff, their comments when we first started programming was, what are you doing about the HVAC? That was their number one request. So we delved into that a little bit more, did some more testing, talked to our maintenance people, looked at our facility condition index, which is the tool that we use to determine what our priorities are in regards to our large maintenance projects such as this. And it was calling for replacement of the HVAC system in anywhere from 3 to 5 years. So really makes sense for us to do it now so that during construction we don't disrupt the school again in another 3 years. A couple other items is Greg mentions we are insulating the attic, and that is a result of installing the wet fire sprinkler system. In addition, we're proposing to install a new separate condensing unit for just the administrative suite area, if you will. And what that does is enables them to cool their space, their office space only during summer while no one else is on site. so they don't have to cool the whole building. And that just is spending a ton of money. We're wasting a lot of money on that. So all of those items together, we estimate we're going to save about $100,000. So it's just makes common sense, we think. So just wanted to show a couple comparisons and really what we're trying to achieve in some of these classroom spaces. This existing SWOPE band classroom, and as you could see, we've got the orange carpet and blue paint, and we could certainly use a refresh there, but even more importantly, they need more space. They need proper storage for the instruments. Another example, the existing SWOPE library on the left, and our new media centers that we're trying to create in these new schools. They're much more collaborative, designed to engage the students. They're flexible. We'd be providing new laptop carts so that really learning can happen anywhere in the space versus your hardwired computers that just does not provide a very flexible learning space for the kids. So the total cost of these scope additions that we've just gone over is $4.6 million of an add to the scope and to the construction estimate. Again, capital projects and the design team really feel like these items are going to be a huge benefit to delivering a more robust project for the school when we're done. So this leads me to my final budget request of $48.7 million for the construction phase. This is about 5.3 more than the estimate that we came to you in December. The scope additions that we just went over really are that is the increase that you're seeing, is the scope additions for construction as well as the additional consulting fees that are required to pay in order to accomplish that additional scope as well. We are asking for the full $48.7 million today, but we do plan on bringing each GMP contract back to the board for approvals as they occur during the project. I've listed the phasing breakdown here just to give a general idea of what we're expecting for each GMP, but please know that this is flexible. Since we are not completed with design yet, we want to be able to have that flexibility to move scopes around if we need to, just to see how things progress during the project. Our next steps are hopefully receive your approval today to start construction in June and complete the project in August of 2022, and to hold our March 5th community meeting at SWOPE. We do also plan on but making some sort of communication to the neighbors and the public as the project progresses, sort of what makes sense as we go along. We'll decide on that avenue later. Questions?
Anyone have any questions? I'll just make a comment that this is just so exciting. I think certainly for me as one trustee, I feel like you really listened to not just some of the concerns I expressed last time you were here, but really more the community as a whole and the staff at the school site. And so I just really appreciate the adjustments you made. I recognize it comes with a larger dollar amount for us to be considering now, but I think just hearing a little bit that there might be some energy savings down the line that will impact that, but also just I think for the families and students of SWOPE and the community, this just goes a long way in showing really I think our commitment to the wording of WC1 and that core reinvestment and bringing some of these older schools, try to bring them up to the level of the new schools in the community. And, this isn't a site we can start over, but I think we're doing the best that we can with this space, and it's really, really exciting.
It is. Thank you very much, and appreciate your feedback as well. It's been great.
I have one little question. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Personally. So in those, I know we're losing the courtyard area to the gym, but it looks like there still are some courtyard space. Will there still be seating and outdoor kind of learning opportunities in that area?
Absolutely, and we're really not losing the courtyard. They are becoming tighter, I guess more enclosed. Okay. Really is more of a, you get back to it. So So yeah, I don't know if you, so the dark red in the middle is the new building, and so they are going to be a little bit more enclosed, but certainly going to be providing seating for the kids and really more functional for them too. We're going to have large doors both into the media center on one side and into the hub from the other
Great.
side. So there'll be sort of that really easy access in and out for the kids.
Oh, that's great. Mm-hmm. And then it looks like in your plan, I happened to drive by Swope yesterday and noticed more than previous times, for some reason, their garden in the front. And it looks like in your plans that won't be touched, that will still be intact, and the staging area is behind it. It looks
That
like.
is exactly correct.
Good.
Yep.
I'm glad to see that we don't have to mess
Yeah.
with their garden.
Right. Yep.
Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a question. This may be for Adam. Well, first of all, let me back up. This is really exciting. It looks really good, and it's really important. I know as one trustee, but I think all of us, and even the previous board, as we worked on things for WC1, is to not leave the existing schools behind. I mean, it's really important for those students that live and go to school inside more of the core areas don't feel like they're missing out, because I mean, it isn't a brand new school, but
Right.
this I think this goes a long way in making them still excited about what's there and upgrading things from technology to even I read everyone, it's all new FF&E for everybody, new furnitures and new furnitures too. For everyone, because it's important for those students to again still have pride, and the faculty, the staff that works there as well. Again, this may be a question for Adam. Are there other middle schools that we're doing this type of? And I know it's a enrollment issue for Swope as all the 6th grades move up, but gosh, it's just so exciting. I'd just like to know if there are other schools that can look for something similar.
Well, I'm going to tell you a lot about one here in a minute, up at O'Brien, but really, we'd love to revitalize all of our core schools. We'd love to reconstruct many of our oldest schools, perhaps. We're weighing the need for that across all of our schools, and really, Swope and O'Brien rose to the front of the pack primarily because of a capacity issue. So that's why we're really talking about these schools here. There's another item on the agenda this afternoon regarding the long-term facilities plan, and I'm going to touch on some long-term studies and planning that we're doing for particularly Billinghurst Middle School, one that may have capacity-related deficiency in the future, and what would be the most cost-effective sort of investment into that facility. In theory, there's always, right, Swope has sort of sibling schools, similar, Sparks, Dilworth, Vaughan, et cetera. So those, these types of design solutions could potentially be applied to those, but really it's going to be a difficult conversation or analysis of demand versus need versus resources.
Thank you. I know what you meant, and I'm glad you mentioned those schools with a similar layout, because there are several. But I know enrollment, and enrollment has to drive a remodel to this extent. But the upgrading piece, so I would like to think, and this probably goes, I'll save it for a long-term plan before you kick me under the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right. Well, thank you so much. Really exciting.
Thank you.
Excited to roll it out to the community now.
Okay, well, the third and final major presentation that I alluded to is going to focus on O'Brien Middle School. Back here on the record, Adam Searcy again, joined with
Kevin Kemner, TSK Architects,
our partner on this one. So this is going to be a summary of the work that we've been doing for the last several months to really investigate this concept. But also I want to note, attached to this item is 300 and some, a robust due diligence study on this project, this property, this concept. I want to really just highlight the depth that the team's gone to on here. So just to recap, initially this team did an analysis on whether it would be more appropriate to continue to invest in the existing facility, potentially build a new facility. So that analysis yielded a recommendation to go forward with the rebuilding of a new facility. Alternative sites were analyzed, and ultimately was concluded that rebuilding on the existing site would be the preferred alternative at that time. So that's really where the study's been focused since October. On slide 3, you see the conceptual rendering that we presented back in October that really we've been focused on investigating more fully before we get too excited about going forward with it. Slide 4, we're talking about sort of the October summary. So, rebuilding on the existing site was recommended. It was anticipated at that time that a scope comparable to the expansion and renovation of the existing building, that we could build a new concept middle school on slide 3 for approximately substantially similar costs. And then this was all presented in October, and approval to go forward with this due diligence study was made at that time. Really, we're looking for red flags at this point. Hey, we have a concept that we believe will work on this site, and before we go all in on the design, we want to vet out any showstoppers that might be out there. So, like I said, the due diligence study went pretty deep. We did a full geotechnical analysis, traffic study, topographic survey, detailed or more detailed concept revision with the A&E team. We also went through a CMAR selection process that we're going to hear about later on in 4.04 tonight. We also conducted pretty extensive public outreach. We held a town hall meeting similar to SWOPE up at O'Brien. We also met with the neighboring HOA multiple times, both formally and informally. Continuous engagement via the school principal with the school community. We also presented and attended the North Valley's Reno Neighborhood Advisory Board public meeting, as well as meeting multiple times with senior staff at the City of Reno and elected officials at the City of Reno. So it's really, again, just vetting out big, high-level concerns, getting input, looking for red flags. In doing this, we really wanted to try and summarize what we've learned in 3 major areas of opportunity. So we're going to start with safety first off and walk through some of these areas of opportunity. This is back to October again, really what we were proposing at that time, just simply moving the building to the rear or the east of the campus. Stead Boulevard's on the left of this graphic. But conceptually, it still had us maintaining our primary access off of Stead Boulevard, just moving the fields away, the building away to the rear. And when we started diving into this more deeply on slide 9 here, a lot of attention was given to the site access and the concerns associated with the site access off of Stead Boulevard. As anybody who's been up and down Stead Boulevard in that area can attest, it's problematic for a school zone. We also identified that in this conceptual layout that there was a lot of potential areas of conflict between school buses and parent traffic. So that's always something we want to try and avoid or minimize. It also resulted in sort of an open circulation pattern for parent traffic around 3/4 of the school perimeter, also problematic. And in this concept, originally we had the front door facing south on this graphic, which on further analysis didn't maybe seem to be the best option. So on slide 10, it kind of really walks through some of the opportunities that we've explored to try and address these concerns, primarily starting with relocating the main entrance to the site over onto Silver Lake Road. Right now we do have a bus loop road that accesses the site property at this location, but what this will allow us to do is to dramatically reduce the reliance on the access points off of Stead Boulevard. We likely won't remove them entirely, but all the buses and most, if not all, of the student and parent traffic can move over to Silver Lake and use that access point, really removing the school function away from Stead Boulevard through that change. And then also just simply rotating the building 180 degrees, facing that front entrance. It cleans up a lot of the site circulation issues, wayfinding, and keeping that rear of house much more controlled and isolated for buses only. Also, in order to do that on slide 11, we really needed to dive deeper into this sort of shaded area on the east side of the campus. This strip that's highlighted is a piece of property that's actually owned by the adjacent HOA. We have an easement over that property right there near location A currently, but we're going to need to expand that access. So we've had a series of conversations with the HOA. They're agreeable at this point to some form of a partnership, whether it's an outright purchase or an enhanced easement arrangement, sufficient to the point we feel comfortable that an agreement can be met and we can achieve the level of access that we need to achieve in order to make this site circulation work. In order to do that safely, there will be some sort of off-site improvements. That was a part of the traffic study, so we're not likely talking a full traffic signal there, but some turn pockets, stop signs, possibly some improvements to Silver Lake Road in order to facilitate this change. And then just expanding on that site circulation. In order to do this right, parent parking, pickup and drop off is always a concern in all of our schools. We do have a little bit more acreage in this layout associated with that. It's an improvement from the existing conditions on a per pupil basis, even despite the increased enrollment there. So we feel like this is the right balance between giving the service that it warrants and being cost effective. So then finally, we really looked at safe routes to and from school. The moving the building away from Stead Boulevard really seemed to open up some more opportunities to connect the campus to the adjacent neighborhood, which is always an important part of a safe route to school plan, to have multiple routes of pickup and drop off, ingress, egress to the site. Not everybody has to come in and out the same direction. That's problematic. So we feel like there's some opportunities there. And there's also some existing concerns on Silver Lake, on Stead Boulevard, that we're going to be paying special attention to and make sure that we improve safety wherever we can. So kind of wrapping up those opportunities on the safety front, moving into the opportunities on the operation front. I'm just going to dive right in. Again, looking at the October site plan, we really focused just on the existing footprint of O'Brien Middle School. So where the building is, where the site is, and just flipping the two. As you may be aware, with all of our new schools, we're building the site all at once typically. So when we're building that playground, those outdoor play fields, we're drilling those wells for that geo-exchange ground source heat system. In this layout, we're going to have the existing building in place and in use while we're building the new building. We won't have that real estate available to us to put that system in. We'll need to be able to heat the building by the time the kids come back to school. So at the time, it wasn't believed to be an opportunity. Discussing it further, looking at this site more closely, if you guys are familiar with the total property there, you see that area in A is relatively unused. There's a solar array there, but for the most part, it's sagebrush. We went ahead and did some test borings, basically geotechnical tests to analyze the suitability of that ground for a geo-exchange system, and it came back quite favorable, actually. So, this is kind of busy slide, but just further emphasize that the life cycle costs associated with this mechanical system do far outweigh a traditional boiler and chiller system. That's really why we've gone to this system exclusively since the early 2000s on all of our new build schools. So it's definitely preferred from a long-term investment standpoint if it's available. As I said, looking more closely at the opportunity in front of us, we're certain that it is an available opportunity that we're recommending that we go forward with. So on slide 18, this just simply illustrates that we're looking to likely place the well field in that area A. Again, this is strongly recommended from a life cycle cost standpoint, but from a first cost construction standpoint, it does cost more upfront than a traditional boiler and chiller system. A little bit more about the operations side of things. In the original study, we did not include a substantial stormwater detention basin. This is a particular concern in the closed basin Swan Lake area. The city of Reno recently increased their municipal code requirements to require not just a 1-to-1 mitigation level, but a 1 to 1.3 mitigation level. We're able to achieve that technically speaking, based on the amount of runoff that the pavement and building will generate, but literally there is not, because this site was developed, in the 1970s. The requirements for stormwater detention really weren't there, and so it's more of not a 1 to 1.3. It's 130%. We're basically starting with zero, putting a detention basin in there where one doesn't exist at all today. Is a nice improvement, but it does come at some additional first cost to this project. So that's kind of the end of the operations slides and the opportunities associated with, well, I guess we got the effluent slide, pardon me. Again, when it's available, treated effluent water is always a more cost-effective solution. We have it at a number of our schools. It also has a minor additional benefit to the Swan Lake Basin that needs to treat their effluent and dispose of it in Swan Lake. Being able to use some of that, recycle some of that for our irrigation purposes is an opportunity we definitely want to take advantage of. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kemner to walk through some of the building-related opportunities.
Thank you. Let's see if we can get this to work properly.
There you go.
Great. As Madam, I'm off to a great start. You all scare me. So as Adam mentioned earlier, the concept design that was presented back in October incorporated a modified ed spec design that had been used to develop an addition and renovation to the existing school. And some of the challenges of working with the existing facility, meant that we had to make some changes to the size of certain parts of the program. Given that this is a new design, we felt it was important to actually incorporate the ed spec fully, rather than carry over a modification that began with the original building. What that means, let me see if I can move forward here. What that means is that the building grew a bit between October and now. That growth was largely dedicated to the increase in education space and in education support spaces. And so you can see here that in terms of collaboration teaming areas, teacher offices, teacher planning areas, that grew the largest. It grew about 8,000 square feet. Academic areas, meaning classrooms specifically, grew about 2,000 square feet, 2,700 square feet. Overall, the building only grew by 11,000 square feet. So that's a fairly efficient addition of space. We're not adding a lot of space to circulation. We're not adding a lot of space to things that aren't really dedicated to the purpose of the building. And you can see here that, again, working from the idea that this has to be a fairly compact plan to fit on the existing site. On the left is the building when it was around 167,000 square feet, and on the right is our current design at 178,000 and change. And you can see the red boxes at the bottom are where the building grew a little bit in those dimensions. So we were able to keep the footprint pretty tight. That also means that the building design has a very high utilization rate, meaning the useful spaces of the building to the overall building size is pretty efficient. In fact, it's more efficient than your current middle school prototype, and it's more efficient than the ed spec. So overall, the building performs fairly well for the amount of building you're building for what you're going to use it for. That also means that because we're working from a compact footprint, that the building requires much less land area to be constructed. In fact, it's about 32% less than the current middle school prototype. And graphically, what that means on the site is the blue building is what we're proposing, and the orange building is your current prototype. So it allows us to do a lot of things on the site that we couldn't do otherwise. And then, as Adam mentioned, the building has been rotated and the site's been kind of redesigned and redeveloped. And so what we're looking at here is how the building sits on the site now, the massing. On the left where the ball fields are, that's where the existing O'Brien School would have been. It's going to go away. We haven't heard anybody yet who's arguing for us to keep it. But you can also see the larger parking lot to the north and improved bus circulation to the south. Adam?
Okay, thanks, Kevin. So just a brief recap of some of the public outreach. This has been, a real emphasis of our time since October. This is a tremendous opportunity for the school district, the community. We've had excellent engagement from the students and staff at O'Brien. And here's just a sample of the meetings that we have engaged with the City of Reno, the Neighborhood Advisory Board, and the adjacent HOA is an important partner. And really, I feel like it's noteworthy. I mean, we've had some difficult conversations on some of these new schools, almost surprisingly so. This one hasn't felt that way to date. There's certainly some important value-add questions that have come up, and that's a big part of what public outreach is about. But by and large, I don't feel like I'm being biased when I'm relaying the reality that the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. So that's an ongoing effort, as with SWOPE, to continue to be engaged there. But really, in conclusion, related to the investigations that we've done and the opportunities, as I'm phrasing them, to leverage and make this project as valuable and successful as possible. Again, recapping safety, operations, and equity. The action here today is related to the design phase and the funding associated with the design phase, but the idea here is to go in full transparency, that to take advantage of these opportunities associated with the construction is ultimately going to add between $10 and $12 million to the final price tag. We're not talking about a $60 to $65 million substantially similar type of project. We're talking about a construction project with a price tag that starts with a 7. So just, again, full transparency. Kevin talked about the efficiencies of this program and many other value-add elements associated with these opportunities, but they do come with an added first cost. So talk about what we are here to wrap up on is a funding approval for the design phase. This has a number of components that will come out of that $8.5 million budget, but this budget is intended to take us fully from today all the way through to the start of construction. And then, of course, as I mentioned, continued ongoing public engagement. We actually are on the Neighborhood Advisory Board agenda, I believe, for February 20th, somewhere in there. Continued effort likely with Reno Planning Commission, Reno City Council, the school and student community, and then, of course, the HOA board as an important neighborhood partner. As with all of our projects, we're going to continue to bring these back for information and then ultimately action via the Capital Funding Protection Committee. We'll likely bring something back in addition to August and December, likely June as well. We'll have a substantive update as this progresses potentially very swiftly into an early 2021 construction start. There's been preliminary discussions about trying to accelerate like an early grading package to beat the winter kind of thing. Is always a risk-reward type of conversation, but really the ultimate goal in order to get the new school open for August 2022, that would leave the students in the existing O'Brien while the new school is being constructed. Over the summer, the new students come back in August 2022. We're demolishing and removing the existing O'Brien, repurposing that with fields. That would all be substantially complete then into 2023. So those are the high-level schedule highlights. A semi-brief overview of what we've been doing for the last several months, and really, a recommendation from the design team to fully fund the design phase and move forward with a project as described here. That's all we have really for all of these presentations. Take any questions on O'Brien now or any of them, or move into the actual action item with this item.
Great. Trustee Cotto?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, this is exciting. I know North Valley is extremely excited to have this project going forward, and I see Melinda Brown in the audience, proud principal of O'Brien, so this is very exciting. I know that we've had a lot of conversations about O'Brien, and the two questions that I have is, have you had any success with the city to see if there's an appetite to help out with Stead Boulevard with Silver Lake? Because I drive by there every day, and I know going left on Stead Boulevard is almost impossible. So having something on Stead Boulevard, some sort of signal, if that's possible, so if there is going to be traffic leaving the school sites, they can use the signal to get on the Stead Boulevard. And if not, and you're going to go the Silver Lake route and try to get more of the traffic out there, just to the east of that intersection on Silver Lake, 100 yards, there's a four-way stop. And it gets very, very congested in the morning just with the Stead Elementary traffic. And putting school buses there, and it's single lane each direction. Any appetite from the city to expand Silver Lake Road to multiple lanes? The space is there, but obviously we would need a city to help with that, because to me, I don't think it's the school district's responsibility to build roads outside of school property. So any movement on the city to potentially help out with the area around these schools?
So like I mentioned previously, we've had a series of meetings with the NAB, a couple of the elected officials, senior staff, and even sort of a pre-development meeting with various city managers, and by and large, almost exclusively, it's actually been very warm reception. They've been very open to collaborating, cooperating. We're not really into the super specifics just yet, so to answer some of your questions, we're probably not quite there yet, but initial indications is very supportive. There's whether it's with that connecting into their effluent system, there's actual sewer, quite a few sewer matters up there, sewer capacity, where the sewer flows and the capacities of their main lines. Very optimistic that there's a good partner with the city of Reno there. Generally speaking, though, with regards to Stead versus Silver Lake, Stead Boulevard is, as you well know, the main arterial in and out of that community. So really, while exploring options to sort of like control ingress egress out of that property, the preferred solution is just to get away from Stead Boulevard, not send cars in and out of Stead Boulevard. It's likely that at minimum we will put up some sort of nose island to make like a right in, right out. That we want to basically eliminate left-hand turns coming in and out of that property, because it's not particularly safe, and it's only going to get busier. It's a not unlikely that in the not too distant future that there's some sort of a raised median there, or some sort of physical barrier precluding it beyond just a nose island. So we're really moving in the direction of, let's get away from Stead Boulevard with the traffic. What that means to Silver Lake and the project site intersection does remain to be seen. We've made major off-site improvements with most of our new schools. So when we're substantially modifying the traffic patterns because of the school, there's some off-site mitigation that we have been and rightfully are responsible for. The design of that remains to be seen, but I do believe that the partnership is there. So whether it's monetarily or just working through the process with a partner, I'm confident we'll be successful.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I would second to try to get traffic off of Stead Boulevard would be the best. Regardless of what happens with O'Brien, Stead Elementary School sitting right there, and their entrance, main entrance and exit into their property is Stead Boulevard. Would the district go in and change their access? Would you want to direct Stead Elementary School access also to Silver Lake and now stop Stead Elementary parents and staff from trying to go left on Stead Boulevard, or would you just leave that as it is and just redirect O'Brien traffic?
So at this point, the traffic study did not consider any adjustments to Stead Elementary. We are definitely at a point where we could include that. I don't foresee the certainly any modifications to Stead Elementary building. Like, I don't want to get that out there, reconstructing Stead Elementary where the solar array is now. Nothing like that. It's, you know, it's on Stead Boulevard, but it's different. It's closer to the traffic signal, as you know. It's quite a ways away from the highway interchange. So it is a different situation there. We also do have parking and vehicular access off of Silver Lake and up that north side. So, you know, there's certainly opportunities to explore what incremental scope elements we could do, maybe not eliminating those access points off of Stead Boulevard entirely for the school, but could we do something else on the north side or the east side, the back of Stead Elementary, to make it a little more comfortable for them to not use that front parking lot? Absolutely.
Trustee Minetto.
Well, I'm going to ask the question that is probably a silly question. So tell me, with all the growth out there, because every time I go out there, I'm just, oh my gosh, what are we going to do with all these kids? And I just need you to tell me that we've looked at all these numbers and that this school is going to be adequate for the time being.
Important question. I appreciate you asking that. There's tremendous growth in the North Valleys, and you know, similar to the question about why are we looking at these middle schools in particular. 3 of the existing elementary schools that feed O'Brien are currently at or near overcrowded capacity, with a lot of growth forecasted in the next 5 to 10 years. This is going to increase the capacity of O'Brien Middle School to an equal level with our current middle schools, approximately 1,400 students, whereas current O'Brien's several hundred students lower capacity than that. So we're going to add capacity to O'Brien Middle School. It's going to allow us to bring up all the 6th graders and make O'Brien a full 6th, 7th, and 8th grade middle school. And then it's still forecasted to have enough capacity to suit middle and elementary school needs well beyond the 10-year horizon of our forecast. So yes, that's definitely been an active part of our planning efforts. I feel like this will position us well into the foreseeable future with our capacity needs.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just add that this, once again, is very exciting for those families out there, those students out there. Certainly much needed, and looking at it is going to be one of those things. It isn't just going to feel like a new school. It's really going to be a new school for them. So I think that's really cool. My only question is, as you build, and I like pulling it away from Stead Boulevard. We've already talked about how dangerous that is and how kind of crazy that is out there. And then putting the fields there. What will the students use that year when they won't have access to fields? You know, they'll be in the new building, but you know what I mean? When we have that as the building's being built on the fields, there's going to be actually a couple of years when they won't have, what are they going to do for, you know, PE and their outdoor sports and track and all the other things that they do? Do we have a plan for that? And I'm kind of looking, and Melinda's kind of nodding her head. It's we just want those kids. It's going to be a couple of years, and that's going to be 2 of 3 years for some kids there at that school. So
absolutely fantastic point. It's been an active topic of discussion. You know, there is some space on and around the existing campus. There's a variety of potential solutions that have been discussed, but there's, no mistaking the reality that their outdoor space is going to be impaired during those 2 full school years. And what alternative solutions do we come up with over the next, before we get into construction? That's still something to be brought into focus, but existing space in and around O'Brien Middle School, possibly even some sort of temporary facilities that are constructed as sort of a cost of this project, as well as just really leveraging some of the indoor space and just choosing maybe an indoor activity at times when maybe an outdoor activity might have been chosen but for the construction circumstances. So it's definitely an area of concern. Make sure, it's not like Swope where we're having construction virtually inside the existing school while kids are there. It's a little more comfortable than that, but it's still going to be an area of emphasis that we don't negatively impact the academic experience of the students that are there during the time of construction. And I'm confident there's a number of solutions that will work together with the school to incorporate into the construction contract, right? I mean, this is, if it's a temporary facility or a remodel of an existing space, that's just a necessary part of the cost of this project. We'll make sure that that's baked in before we go into construction.
Thank you, Ellen. If I may, I would love if you would to just report back to the board one way or another, maybe highlights in some way, because I just think it's important. That's a 2-year impact on kids that will be there for 3 years, to make sure that we protect those opportunities for those students as much as possible. I know they'll trade it for a brand new school. I get it. I think we all would, but certainly they're doing what we can to mitigate that impact. So if you can, I'd love to hear back whatever. A lot of things to do and work on to see just kind of where we land for those kids.
Will do, for sure.
Thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Adam, I just want to compliment you and the entire team, everybody who's been working on these projects. So thorough, so comprehensive. You have looked at everything. This is what our county can be proud of, our taxpayers can be proud of, the great work that's being done under WC1. And I can't say enough to thank you for just the professionalism and the attention to detail, the improvements in the safety and the operations, things that you pointed out today. Just kudos to everybody that's been part of both of these, O'Brien and Swope, and everything that you've reported on today. Just absolutely top-notch professionalism, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's struck me listening to both these presentations, the scope of work for just these 2 projects, the outreach into the community, how much you've included, and this is just 2 of the major projects that we have going on right now. We're currently building some other schools out there, so I just am so impressed with the as Trustee Simon Holland said, the commitment to the work, and thank you both. Sorry.
So just real quick, I also want to do a huge shout out to Principal Melinda Brown, who's in the audience, Baker, and then also Principal Nakashima. These are 2 extremely unique types of projects that we're doing within our districts. And if we didn't have such a beautiful relationship between operations and academics working together to consistently talk about these issues, it would not be good. So I just want to send a kudos to everyone for working together on this, because at the end of the day, the projects are going to be so much better for our students and our staff. So thank you all for working together for that.
I will call for public. Oh, sorry, Mr. Pete Etchart. Do you have something to add?
We can do actually the action item after public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. Public comment?
Pablo Nava Duran.
So I got a question from two Evan Susley. So 2 questions. So I know O'Brien is getting his expansion to leave overcrowded at their feeder school, bringing some 6th grade to a middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grader build a new school to provide equity for students who live on the North Valley area. That will be grateful for taxpayers and county for supporting the Nevada area. And I have two questions. So, question one, like, I had some concern about the Silver Lake Elementary School, which is their current zone for Cold Spring. So question one. So with the expansion of O'Brien or the new building of O'Brien, can Silver Lake can be rezoned to O'Brien that live closer to Cold Spring? Or number two, what happened if with a new building O'Brien and there was too many students? So can you rezone them to Cold Spring? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. That's it? Okay. Adam, I think actually it would be great to hear a little bit about what, if any, impacts this new Cold Springs Middle School might have on zoning. I know Trustee Minetto, you sort of addressed the question about the ability to withstand the growth in the community, but do you anticipate that there will be rezoning when this school is completed?
Not likely in association with this particular school. This capacity expansion is primarily intended to relieve existing and future growth in schools within this existing enrollment boundary. It's a little off topic, but we're building a new elementary school in Cold Springs, and there's a zoning advisory committee that's going to be delving deeply into the the domino effects of it. But suffice it to say that the construction, the opening of this new school is really to deal with existing overcrowding and future growth in its existing enrollment boundary.
All right. Thank you. Those were good questions, Mr. Duran. Thank you for bringing them up. Mr. Etchart.
All right. Thank you, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So this brings us to basically the summary slide showing the total funding request for the 2019-20D Major Project Program as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee last week on February 6th in the amount of $61.2 million. Now, as we always show you for transparency, we always put this against the original 2016 WC1 list of projects. So in summary, we have a total of $4 million for additional construction budget authorization, $2.5 million for Hers Middle School, $1.5 million for Bohatch Elementary School, $48.7 million for construction budget authorization for the construction of Swope Middle School, and $8.5 million for design and permitting budget authorization for O'Brien Middle School, for the total of $61.2 million, which brings us to a total over $800 million since we began this in November of 2016. Now, the final column, we've always used what was called a final expenditure column to kind of show what had been spent when we kind of finalized these projects. Now, based on the comment that Trustee Simon Holland brought up earlier, we're going to change that final column to actually being, I'll call it a total contract amount committed column. And so we will show you kind of up to date of how much has been committed at that time. Now, I apologize, these numbers are old on this one, but this kind of give you a sample. These were numbers from October 31st, which were part of our annual accountability report. Our budget analyst person was out of the office this week, so I couldn't get you up-to-date numbers. But going forward, we will provide you those numbers so you can see exactly what we've expended at that time. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any other questions you may have on this.
Any other questions or comments, trustees? And I will look for a motion on this item. I wish I could, but I can't.
We're on 4-3? Yeah. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Plan to include the 2019-2020 D Major Project Program and associated costs for each project in the total amount of $61,200,000 as recommended and forwarded to the Board of Trustees by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Great. We have a motion by Trustee Cottle, a second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Congratulations, the whole community. All right. Yeah, I don't think you can go too far, Adam. So look like you're leaving, but agenda item 4.04, presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the recommendation of award for request for proposals of the construction manager at risk (CMAR) for the William O'Brien Middle School Replacement School Project. CMAR number 20-33-C-11-AS. To Core Construction Services of Nevada and approval of the Washoe County School District pre-construction services contract with Core Construction Services of Nevada in the amount of $210,000, and this is for a possible action. And we have Adam Searcy again, Chief Facilities Management Officer, and Andrea Sullivan, the Director of Procurement and Contracts.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here. I'm most happy because Adam's already given you so much information about O'Brien that I don't have to dive into all of that background information. So hopefully we'll keep this short and sweet for you. So now that you've approved the funding for this, we had determined to do this build of O'Brien because it's so complex and complicated through the construction manager at risk delivery system. And so we did this through a formal RFP process, and by now I think you guys are pretty familiar with the process that we use. The process was administered by the purchasing department and overseen by us. Bids or proposals were opened on December 11th, and we received 2 proposals. The selection committee met twice, once to review the proposals and discuss their pros and cons, and then another time to interview the 2 finalists. Those interviews were conducted on January 21st. The evaluation panel consisted of 6 people, including 2 outside members, and we also had representation from O'Brien Middle School as well. The fee that the CMAR charges was included as a criteria and weighted to the highest maximum amount possible by law, so we keep in mind very much how fee is very important in a project like this, and so we do assess points to the maximum extent allowed by law. When we ferreted out this entire system, the RFP, Core came out as the highest ranked proposer by the committee members. And as you know, they have successfully delivered many CMAR projects for us in the past, but most recently, both of our new middle schools, Desert Skies and Sky Ranch, and they're open and operational, and so they have a lot of middle school experience with us. And so we are here today asking you to approve the recommendation of award to Core Construction as our CMAR, or Construction Manager at Risk, for the construction of the O'Brien Middle School, and also to approve the pre-construction services contract in the amount of $210,000. As per usual, they'll go through their pre-construction phase, and then we'll come back to you later with GMPs, and I imagine there'll be multiple GMPs for this project, and you'll have the opportunity at each phase to then approve those awards as well. With that, any questions?
All right. Any comments or questions? All right, we have public comment.
Travis Coombs.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've had the opportunity to meet several of you, but for those of you who I haven't, my name is Travis Coombs. I'm Vice President with Core Construction, and over the past 10 years, we've had the opportunity to serve you all and Adam's team at the Capital Projects Department on several campuses here, and it's been a real privilege for us, and I'm just here on behalf of a small army of servant leaders back at the office to express our gratitude and let you all know how excited we are and looking very much forward to serving you again on this project. So, Trustee Cottle, I understand we're in your backyard. I'll make sure you have my cell phone, and we look forward to it. Thank you.
John Eppolito.
John Eppolito, Protect Nevada Children. We've brought this up before over the last few years. The wireless internet in the schools, these new schools could be built with wired internet, but for some reason they add wireless. As more and more time goes on, we're realizing that this wireless, especially for children, is questionable, if not unsafe. So you guys keep building new schools that have wireless. I'm not sure why you're doing it. Robert tried to explain it one time. I felt like Charlie Brown, where wah, 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 wah. But basically, I think the short answer is there's too many kids on computers. But we don't know if it's safe. If you go to our Facebook page, there's another lawsuit about the wireless internet, I believe, Protect Nevada Children on Facebook. You can see the latest story. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you. All right. Trustee Cotto.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves recommendation of award for request for proposal of the construction manager at risk for the William O'Brien Middle School Replacement School Project, CMAR 2033 C11 AS, to Core Construction Services of Nevada, and approves the Washoe County School District owner CMAR pre-construction services contract with Core Construction Services for Nevada in the amount of $210,000.
Motion by Trustee Cottle and a second by Trustee Minetto. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay. Agenda item 4.05 is the approval of the agreement with TSK Architects in the amount of $7,396,500 for the professional architectural and engineering design services on the William O'Brien Middle School Rebuild Project. And this is for possible action. We have our same presenters.
All right, I'm going to take a crack at this one. Adam Searcy for the record. You all had an opportunity to hear and see quite a bit from TSK Architects earlier. They were originally selected to assist with the feasibility study of this project via the architectural and engineering pool, an open public solicitation that we administered about a year and a half ago now, to identify qualified firms for this type of work. So since that time, they've been extended an agreement for the feasibility study, a subsequent agreement for this due diligence study, most of the fruits of which you've just got done listening to, and now are being proposed. We've negotiated a comprehensive professional services agreement with them for all of the remaining architectural and engineering scope that is anticipated for this project. That includes not only the design and permitting efforts associated with the new school, but the design and permitting efforts associated with the demolition of the existing school and all of the reasonably anticipated off-site improvements, whether they be traffic related or sewer, effluent, water, stuff like that, all inclusive in this price, as well as the construction administration phase when we do get into construction, and there are a multitude of questions for the architects and engineers, is included in this scope of services. As noted in the staff report, this equates to a percentage of value relative to the estimated cost of construction of approximately 9.3%. While that is slightly higher than what we've seen on some of our comparable recent new construction prototype schools that were not a repeat of an identical design, there are, as I just described, a few extenuating factors such as the demolition of an on-site facility, several off-site improvements anticipated, and just the general complexity of developing this project on an active campus that we have not had on a project to date. So again, well within the range of a reasonable price for these services, itemized out in a significant degree across 6 or 8 sub-design consultants for mechanical, electrical, civil, all inclusive in this professional services agreement. And then, really just finally, as was demonstrated in the previous item, TSK has a tremendous level of professional excellence, has delivered a variety of projects for the Washoe County School District in years past, although not necessarily a new school. Many major new school projects of this nature for Clark County School District and elsewhere in California and the western U.S. So with that, that's all the information I have. Take any questions you might want to discuss. Thanks.
Any questions? Do we have public comment on this item? All right. I will look for a motion. Trustee Cotto.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the agreement with TSK Architects in the amount of $7,396,500 for the professional architectural and engineering design services on the William O'Brien Middle School rebuild project.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Cottle and a second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you again for all the hard work. So at about 6 o'clock, and we're headed into, I know, some other lengthy agenda items, I think I will take a 10-minute recess right now for the board. And we'll be back at 6. How about we do 15 minutes? We'll be back at 6:10 to continue the agenda. Thank you. Yeah, that means I gave you extra 5 minutes, so you have to be here at 6:10. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. We still have quite a bit to get through, and I know there's some important and exciting items to look forward to. Yeah, I don't know, exciting for who, but so yeah, we're ready to get started. Thank you. Agenda item 4.06 is a presentation and discussion to update the board on the Office of School Leadership reorganization, including an update of the activities surrounding the development of core belief system for the special education supports and the plan for implementing the West Ed project for creating a systemic support plan to address the needs of children with disabilities within the Washoe County School District. This is for presentation and discussion only, and I think I will let Dr. Parks take care of introductions.
Thank you. Good evening, President Raymond, members of the Board of Trustees, and Interim Superintendent Dr. McNeil. For the record, Troy Parks, Area Superintendent. And yes, as we get started, I'd like to introduce our presenters. First, our guest from West Ed, Rory Fitzpatrick. And from the Office of School Leadership, we have Ms. Jen Van Tress, Ms. Gina Curtis, and Mr. Ernst. We are thankful for this opportunity. We are thankful for this opportunity to provide you an update on the work that has occurred in the Office of School Leadership. As you're well aware, the pathway to positive progress has been based on feedback across the district and has identified the need to improve service and support to our schools specific to the area of special education. To that end, special education has been moved into the Office of School Leadership, and we have been provided a 5th area superintendent. Ms. Jen Van Tress was selected and now supervises Area 5 and special education. In the Office of School Leadership, we work as a team, and we embrace this new opportunity and take ownership for improving service and support to our schools. As we began this work, we looked into our core values and beliefs, and Mr. Ernst is going to guide you through that process. We have also reorganized our Office of School Leadership, and Mrs. Van Tress is going to share with you that reorganization. And as much as I'd like to say the work's all done, we know that it's just begun. So Rory Fitzpatrick from West Ed is going to be here to help guide us through what West Ed will be providing support with. So, of course, at the end we'll have time for question and answer. So, Mr. Ernst, would you take it away?
Thank you, Dr. Parks. So, good evening, President Raymond, members of the Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Dr. McNeil. What we wanted to talk about this evening was really start with our efforts to talk about core values. You can see our definition of core values, and really those being fundamental beliefs of an organization. And with special education now coming underneath the Office of School Leadership, and knowing that we wanted to make continuous efforts towards improvement, we really felt like our core values would need to guide us in those decisions, in those improvement efforts that we were to make and are going to continue to make. So we also wanted to incorporate feedback that we had from the pathway to positive progress. We had a lot of feedback, and that was all information that informed our efforts. And so then we took a look at the existing core beliefs of Washoe County School District. And we wanted to really see where we are centered right now as an organization and continue to kind of align and deepen our work as an Office of School Leadership to really develop core values in a very foundational manner. So what we've done is we reached out to the various stakeholders. You can see the different timelines and when we did that. Reached out to principals in December, special education department in January, the advisory panel also in January, and our special education, I dare say, caucus meeting in January of 2020. And so that's kind of the timeline that we took. And we also then, in the process, work with our Office of Accountability to really consolidate themes that were emerging. And so we really wanted to be intentional about making sure that we arrived at some things that are going to guide us. So if you look at the next slide, some of those core values that really came true working with all of the stakeholders were really about creating equitable access. And that takes many different forms for students. And so it really became clear that equitable access also is kind of coupled with a culture of high expectations for students, and that they kind of go hand in hand. There's also core value around the collective responsibility, really moving from just one area to all of us embracing our efforts to systematically help all students within our school district. There also was a lot of conversation around professional development and the belief that there is a lot that we ask of our special education teachers and our administrators. And it is really important to provide the necessary professional development to set them up for success when they're working with our students. We also talked about student-centered. Again, that high expectations emerged in that area. And again, just below that, that access to general education curriculum, or providing services in the least restrictive environment while also making sure that we provide the necessary support for students to be successful. So as we worked with our stakeholders and worked with the Office of Accountability, these are core values that really emerged and that will help and have helped inform our work moving forward. And so I'll turn over the next part of our presentation to Mrs. Van Tress.
Good evening. So during this whole process, we have, as part of the Pathways to Positive Progress, we reflected on the decisions that were made from phase one, from the beginning of the reorganization from the Office of School Leadership, bringing special education in, and the feedback that we started to receive from our stakeholder groups. And as the Office of School Leadership, we as a group started looking as to what changes can we make immediately? What do we need to do right now to help drive our decisions to really start making those changes that we know need to happen? We know that morale is low. We know that we need to be supporting schools. What can we do immediately that is going to have an impact and a change? So we've held meetings with HR, with business, with labor relations. We had numerous meetings internally discussing our feedback from our stakeholder groups, continuing to ask for feedback from our stakeholder groups, meeting with Rory with West Ed during all these times. We've reviewed past practices that were already in place here in Washoe County School District. What did we see as a trend? What did we see happening? We reviewed the West Ed report. And then we researched school districts that were similar in size and similar in demographics to see how they were doing their special education organization and how it looked. Based upon all of that information, we determined that
we really needed to, when looking at the organization, we really needed to focus on having a service to school model. And one of the ways that we needed to do that was through simplifying communication. Right now, we have layers in our special education department where we need to align our verticals, align our commitment to communication, and align our feedback for schools. With the WestEd support, we will be able to continue driving the reorganization. And our number one focus was really to start getting those prompt responses back to schools and to parents and to the community, which we hear it from the schools, we hear it from the families in the community that we need to have a better alignment and get those responses back to people in a timely manner. So when we look at our current status for our organization, you can see here that this is how we have our 5 areas. We have Dr. Parks in Area 1, Mrs. Gina Curtis in 2, Joe Ernst in 3, Lauren Ford in 4, and myself in 5, and then with the special education department under me. And then on the second page here is the special education organizational chart. So you can see that it is broken up into behavior, well, sort of, small print. The blue is the behavior area, which oversees our SIP programs, our PASS, our Turning Point programs, and the level of supports listed underneath there. The yellow talks about our low incidence programs, so those are our CLS programs, our strategies programs. Our Piccolo School falls under this, and then again underneath there you can see the level of support. So for example, for the low incidence, we have 3 people to serve and support all CLS programs and all strategies, plus Piccolo, plus integrated kindergarten. That's a lot of people, that's a lot of schools and a lot of programs to be supported by 3 people. Again, you can see the related services. Transition services are in the green, and then our special education, just the department support, so you also have home and hospital. We also are responsible for supporting charter schools, alternative diplomas, and then our extended school year program. So there's a lot of different programs that fall under special education. So in our current reality, we do have the extra layering of supports. So we're having a duplication of services, and when I started this job, I noticed that it was, okay, well, we went to the implementation specialist, who then talked to the instructional coordinator, who then talked to the executive directors, and then, so we had all of these, we had a 3-layer system built into the special education department. And what came as a result was that our response times to schools were significantly delayed. And so it was hard for principals to get responses, to get feedback as far as IEP implementation, how to get supports for students with behavior issues. And then it was unclear as to who actually would make the final decision or have that final responsibility. So as a result, we were having mixed messages coming out to schools. So if the behavior department decided to say, oh, well, no, we need to provide this support, but the area person decided, oh, no, we need this level of support, then schools were getting these cross messages. And that just, we need to stop that. That needs to be fixed. And because of those mixed messages, you ended up with a lack of trust from the school buildings because they didn't know who to turn to or who to get the answers from. The other interesting phenomena was that some of the job descriptions in our current special education programs didn't require people to have a background or licensure in special education. So then when you were having people who were trying to support teachers or trying to support administrators who had never written an IEP, that was a problem. It was hard to get that feedback, and if you've ever seen an IEP, which I know you all have, they're complicated. They're complicated for teachers to understand, and then if you're at a level where you need to provide feedback and direction and guidance on how to implement or even write an IEP, and you've never done it yourself, that can be a challenge. So that's kind of where we are. And so we're hoping, well, the plan is the reorganization will result in these goals. Alignment of services. We are going to streamline our services, so streamline our supports for our schools. That is going to be the number one. With that
it will end up with a prompt response to our schools and then build our capacity within our school staff. We will have clear communication plans so schools know that when they call their special education person, they will get an answer immediately. The feedback will be immediately. And if that person doesn't know the answer, it's not, we'll call the behavior department or call the low incidence department. It is, I will get that answer and I will get it back to you in a timely manner. It will be productive and streamlined. We are going to have people that have a strong background in special ed. They will have written IEPs. They will be familiar with the IEP process. They will be able to sit side by side with a special education teacher, walk them through the process, look for the issues or the concerns, and then give that feedback back to that teacher and that administrator. So we are ready to go so that that person feels confident when they're meeting with other teachers, they're meeting with the families, they're meeting with the parents, or whomever is involved with that process, but they are going to feel confident and understand that they actually know what they're doing and they have that support. And then with West Ed's support, we will continue to develop our measurable outcomes to make sure that what we're looking at is actually going to be, we're going to see the results that we expect to see. So currently, this is our staffing, the way our staffing works. So we have 12 implementation specialists. We have 8 instructional coordinators, 2 executive directors. We do not have a special education programming director currently. And then we have a special education's compliance officer. So we don't have a director, but we do have the compliance officer. Our proposal is to increase the number of implementation specialists. Now, those people are boots on the ground people. They are in the schools. They will be embedded in the schools. They will be the people working side by side with the teachers. We will do the alignment with, and you can see we are going to change the names of this. And part of that, when you think about the branding or the communication, you want people to know who they're calling and why they're calling and that that person is the right person that they're calling. So we're looking to change the names from instructional coordinators to special education administrators, so that when you call a special education administrator, you know that that person is the person responsible for special education. Again, the same with the implementation specialists. They are special education facilitators. The name facilitators aligns with our other names from the curriculum instruction department are also facilitators. So it keeps that alignment with other departments in Washoe County School District. So, but they will be special education facilitators. So what we also looked at is the ratio. We looked at the ratio of how do we determine the number of special education facilitators that we need in the district. So when we look at a level of support, we came up with a ratio, and this made budget very happy. That it is a 30 resource teachers and 20 self-contained teachers to 1 facilitator. So about 50 teachers to 1 facilitator, which seems like a lot. But right now, for example, all of Area 1 has 23 schools with 1 implementation specialist covering all 23 schools. That's the current model. So 50 to 1 is a lot better than I think you have like 96. Yeah. 96 teachers to 1. So when you look at our areas at the bottom, oh yeah, you could see, look, there's the total. The total at the bottom right there, Area 4 has 94 total special education teachers between resource and self-contained. So we are projecting that that Area 1 would be assigned 4 facilitators, special education facilitators. So if you look on the next page for me, this is what the model looks like. So you can see at the top we have the superintendent position, and then we have 5 area superintendents. So under each area superintendent, we've eliminated a layer of special education, and the people in the special education administrator will answer to the area superintendent, so that person will have the capacity to make the decisions there on the spot for the school as far as finance, if the team feels that they need an aide in the position, that person will have the ability to make those decisions. There will not be going back and forth. Then underneath will be SEFs, CEFs. We're kind of still working on it. It's kind of a, we're trying to stay with the alignment, but so the CEFs, I guess, will be under those SEAs. And you can see that we have distributed these CEFs throughout the areas based on the number of special education teachers. These CEFs will be embedded in schools. So they will be in the areas of who they're supporting. So for example, if they are supporting Reed High School, they will be embedded in one of the schools that feeds into Reed High School. For example, for my area, Desert Heights has a lot of special education programs. That would be where we would embed one of the CEFs into, so that they are there, and then they're there able to support all of the North Valleys. So they are right there to help on a day-to-day basis. That also means that it's about, we figured, even based on the teacher ratio, it's about 5 schools per CEF. So you were talking that the CEFs are in the buildings at least a weekly basis. Right now, if we're lucky, they're getting in on a monthly basis. So, this will completely help build that capacity for our veteran teachers, our brand new teachers, our ARL candidates, and even the positions that are being covered by subs right now. These people will be boots on the ground. Now, along with this will be the Area Superintendent 5, me. I will still maintain my North Valleys vertical. My C will actually be shared between my area and the behavior department. And that is, my area is a little smaller than the rest. It's a lot smaller than the rest, we'll be honest. So with that capacity, we're able to cover more supports. The school psychologists, which are currently still under me, will stay under me, and that will include the school psychologist, the threat assessments, and all of that work. Then we will have a special education programming director position, and that person will oversee the programming. So that person will, with 2 Cs, so we're hiring a total of 7 Cs, 5 for areas, and 2 for programming purposes. So there'll still be the supports for the CLS programs, the strategies programs, the behavior programs, high school transitions, extended school year, all of those kinds of supports will still be there. This also under the special education programming director will be our special education professional development specialist. Currently, that person is part of the Department of Professional Learning. That person will come under us to directly guide and support our training and professional development for our staff and our administrators. So it will be aligned with our programming director. So this is a close-up look of what the programming director will be doing. Their oversight will be low incidence programming, which is our CLS and our strategies programming, our behavior, professional development, the transition, so our students from 18 to 22 that have graduated with an adjusted diploma and are working towards building their vocational skills. And then related services, so our speech, OT, PT, APE, hearing impaired, visually impaired, and assistive technology groups will all fall under that as well. And then we have our operations director. This person will be responsible for our Medicaid, our kind of behind the scenes, but really, again, that foundation that we have to have when you're talking about special education, of building the legal, the compliance portion to help support schools, Medicaid, our IEP program, which is Excelify currently. They will be working directly with position control on our allocations, including our aides and assistants, and on getting the alignment of our aides and assistants and where we have them in the district. They will work with the procedure manuals, and then the case application and local plan and state and federal reporting. So all of that state and federal reporting that we're responsible for with our federal money, our IDEA funds. That person will have program services techs working with them to help support and align some of those programs. So as a result of this reorganization, we are expecting that there will be savings in our staffing allocations. The school impacts, the supports are going to be in the buildings. They are going to be there and able to support the schools directly. There will be clear roles and responsibilities of who they need to ask. If principals don't get the answer from their seat, they go to their area superintendent, which is how it works for every other student in our district. They come to the area superintendent if they have a question. It eliminates the extra layering that we're seeing right now and that struggle of getting the answers back to principals and to staff. And again, it will improve our response time to our schools. As a result, we're hoping that this alignment that we'll see potentially fewer due processes. That's obviously always our goal, because that usually means that we have unhappy families and that we have situations that we weren't able to resolve. So with the streamlining of this is a anticipated outcome. And that our staff is qualified to provide our special education supports. And they feel confident that they do know what they're doing and that they have that ability to do what's right for kids. So along that lines, it kind of brings us to our next steps. Like, okay, we have this, we're moving forward with this, but then how do we know that what we've done is truly effective? And that's where West Ed comes in for our next steps.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rory Fitzpatrick, for the record. Thanks for inviting me to be back with you again. I think we were here in November, right? Wasn't it snowy and right before Thanksgiving? I'm kind of having some recollections of that. Now we're all wanting more snow, right? Like, where is more snow? Anyway, thanks for the opportunity to rejoin you. When we were here before, we talked a little bit, very conceptually, very high level, about how the district wanted to move forward to try to change outcomes for kids with disabilities. And since that time, there's been a tremendous amount of work. I want to applaud and celebrate the thinking that you all and administration has been doing. Dr. McNeil, you know, as I was listening to the presentation about the reorganization, which obviously I've had some opportunity to think about, you know, my work across the country helps me understand that effective systems are those that have strong alignment within their systems and that have really strong cohesion, right, when things make sense from a big picture lens. And one of the things I guess I'd say about this plan, as I perceive it, is that you're bringing things more into alignment and more cohesion, which I think has a stronger likelihood of getting you to the outcomes that you want for kids with disabilities. The other large-scale thing I'd say is that in our work across the country at West Ed in the special ed policy and practice arena, districts kind of fall into two categories. I'm pleased to report you're in the category that I think is on the right side of the track. That is that you're thinking about the performance of kids with disabilities as part of the total education system, right? We get hired to do work by districts like this one. That excites us. And then sometimes we get asked to do work to review the special education department to make things better in special ed. And you know, the thing we have conversations there is to say, well, kids with disabilities absolutely need special education services. That's why they're labeled as having a disability and under the system. But they're first and foremost general education students. And if you think that you're going to solve this performance problem for kids with disabilities and the teachers who serve them by thinking only about special education, you've taken the wrong track. So let's help you move forward. So it's fun when we get to do work like this, you know, where the superintendent has already brought into alignment some of this perspective about kids with disabilities being part of the total system. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So, so I think what you have now is an excellent theory of action. And I think what you need next is to move that theory of action into actual operation, right? You've got to, what do they say? The devil's in the details, the proof is in the pudding, you know, different things like that. You've got to move this from concept into real technical action. So we're still engaging with you guys around 3 phases, which we talked about before. The focus of those phases has been refined, I think, and winnowed a little bit in ways that I think are a better use of your resources. So you've got these positions that you're creating and for which people will apply. You've also got, you know, per the presentation Jen just gave, some trust issues in the field, right? You have teachers and principals and probably families who maybe are excited about the changes, but could be cautiously optimistic or cautiously cynical, shall we say, right? They've got to have a vested opportunity to shape what those positions are going to do. So in this first phase of the work, we're pleased to engage on your behalf some focus groups to actually learn from these individuals that are listed on the board. What do they want these positions to have the competencies to do? What should these people know and be able to do? Should their technical skills be? What should their adaptive skills be? And by adaptive, I mean how to actually engage in the human side of change, which this is a pretty substantial change effort you're undertaking. So this first effort on the phase one is really to get a clean sense from some really critical stakeholder focus groups of what those competencies should be, and so that you can inform your hiring criteria and then choose people who are actually going to have the right kinds of capacities to meet the needs of teachers, to meet the needs of principals, to meet the needs of families, and to be strong as a composite total. I'm happy. Do you want me to take questions at the end? Dr. Parks, is that how we're referring? Right? I've learned the norm here.
That's the expectation.
Thank you. All right, so no questions yet. So let's look at phase two. So then, once you've got this plan and you've got the right people, sure, you're done, right? Well, maybe not so much, right? That's where the work gets really hard, because you've got to actually create that implementation plan to sustain your success. It's kind of like you get to a new house and you decorate it and you're really excited and you've got all the furniture in. But then if you don't actually have a plan for how you're going to, prepare meals in the house, how you're going to keep it clean, how to get the kids to not leave mud all over your house, or maybe that's just me. You've got to have a plan. So the second phase is really to help you develop that implementation plan so that you've got a strong system of support. Presuming that you've got the right people in the positions that we just talked about, how are you going to help those people to succeed in that work? How are you going to have a sustainable system of support so that those people are set up to succeed, not set up to fail, right? Because this is going to be a change, right? The ways that you're expecting these staff, including yourselves, to engage with schools is different. And if you don't have a logic model to guide your work and progress monitoring actions in place to pay attention to how it's going, your likelihood of succeeding will be less. We've got a lot of data to reveal that. And so then finally, in the third phase, starting this summer, is to begin implementing that plan. So you've got the right people, you've got the right seats, you've got the right people in the right seats, you're going to have a plan for how to move it, then you actually have to do the work. And I'm excited to say that that's going to happen starting for the next school year, because I think that, you've got kids and families to serve and you're keen to serve them. So that's the plan.
First. I think I saw you, Trustee Katie Simon Holland, your mic first.
Thank you, Madam President. And I have one comment and three questions. The comment is thank you. I think in the past 2 weeks I've done 12 school visits, and I hear so routinely how much the responsiveness has improved already. Just great kudos to you, Jen. Everybody's so excited that you're in this position, and I just want to spread that word. I was at Tolles for principal for the half day, and got to sit in on a coaching session for some of the special ed teachers and a speech pathologist with somebody who was coaching them about some great questions about IEP. Learned a lot. It was wonderful. But just thank you, because things have already begun to turn. As far as my questions, so, and I shared this with Interim Superintendent this morning, I'm big on how will we know when we're succeeding. Not just, yes, we're implementing the plan as we plan to, but really how will we know, what will we measure besides a reduction in due process complaints? Right. How will we know that we're getting better student outcomes? That's question one. Question two, I just wanted to clarify. I think I counted up that there will be 26 new positions, and so I just wanted to. That's a big deal, as I know we all know. So I just want to make sure I was clear on that. And then third question for you all, where does Child Find fit into all of this, if at all? So I'll step away on those.
So the student outcomes and how those will be measured. I have some great ideas. I mean, obviously, I think that increasing in graduation rates for students with IEPs, I think improvement in morale, I think success on our statewide testing assessments for students with disabilities, seeing a growth trend for our population. Those would be some of our measures, but that also is where I would defer to WCSD and their knowledge and background in how to truly measure systemic changes. And I think that would be important to get that feedback from them to make sure that while I think that I know these are all great measures, there are going to be other areas that WCSD will help us decide on how to make those changes.
Can I just ask just on that? So what's the time frame for, because I would think it'd be pretty important for us to know what those expectations and measures are, pretty much at the front end.
So our measures will be in our implementation plan.
Okay. Okay. Great.
In case
Thank you.
did. So yes, the measures will be part of that implementation plan.
And
That
you'll
will
be
built
reporting
in
back to us.
to you on
Okay,
as
great.
often as you would like.
Great. Okay.
Not a weekly basis.
No,
but-
no.
So your second question about the 26 positions, we are working with HR as far as how to talk. We've already met with the staff. They are already aware of the changes that have been made. We are already working with them to work through application process. Many, we want them, they are valued members of our community, of our schools. They have great feedback, and so we want to make sure that they are in the right spot. So we want to continue to support them.
And just one comment on that. I have heard educators saying, I hope these really will have job descriptions that are different, that we're not just
Yes.
putting wallpaper over this, but this is a substantive change in the context and content of the position requirements.
Emily Ellison and I have worked, and the rest of Office of School Leadership, we've worked very closely to identify the needs and then built those in the areas that we know we need to work on and need to be built, and those are built into the new job descriptions.
Great.
We are still working. They have not been finalized yet because we are still looking for the feedback and the guidance before we put them out. But they will definitely be directed towards meeting the needs of our students and our staff.
Okay.
Child find.
Jen, let me just add real quick. It's important for the trustees to understand how unique this system is going to be, because we don't typically go out to focus groups to build a job description. And so having that input from the practitioners as far as what am I feeling in the field, what am I seeing in my classroom, and building the job description around that is a huge shift, and it's a little bit uneasy because we like to have the job description already ready to go. But we truly feel that having this input from the practitioners is really important.
And do we have any students as part of that process? Because I know there are many students in our special education programming that could be helpful.
We will definitely add them to.
I think that Nevada PEP was written up as one of the focus groups, and we had talked about engaging with Nevada PEP to include both parents as well as students,
Great.
and using Nevada PEP as a system to help create those opportunities.
Great.
Yeah.
And then child find.
Thank you for the question. And we have been talking a lot about outcomes. I think another outcome that we really need to consider in working with human resources, we all know that the hardest positions to retain educators in is special education. So part of our conversation has been, if we can, as Jen stated, support them in the beginning, provide professional development, and really focus in on those skills that they need to be successful and not burn out, while retention and recruitment is a challenge district-wide, we would all look at the data and go, it's especially concerning for our special educators. So that is something we also really need to consider.
That's great, yeah.
Okay, and we'll put it in the Child Find. Child Find currently is housed with the early childhood programs, and the early childhood programs are housed with Dr. Lamarca's department. So currently this model We aren't directly working, we're not directly related with special ed or with the child find process, but obviously you can't have special ed without child find. So we are, Dr. Lamarca and I work hand in hand on a lot of the early childhood and the child find concerns, and we work to resolve all that. But right now, child find is not part of any reorganization for. Okay.
If I may, just for the public, will you talk a little bit about child find?
Child find, yes. So child find is the state and federal responsibility for us to find children who have special education needs or have a special education disability or a disability that requires specially designed instruction. So currently, child find works. Its main focus, or we have a child find building, we have a child find housing, where we have special education teachers, school psychologists, speech pathologists, and they work to identify children at 3 to 5 years old. So those children that are coming out of the early intervention programs from 0 to 3, and then from 3 on, the school district is responsible from 3 to 22. So Child Find works to identify students with disabilities 3 to 5, place those students, if they qualify, in early childhood programs and provide that level of support. But Child Find responsibilities don't stop just at early childhood. They actually go all the way through age 22. So each school is actually still responsible for Child Find responsibilities and how the Child Find process works in the building. And it goes all the way up to age 22. So.
Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. 2 questions. And first off, thank you for the presentation. I know staff has been working really hard on this for a long, long time. It's exciting to see it. And now that we're starting to go into the implementation, I'm very curious to see how it plays out. The 2 questions I had were, the first one is, we all know that parents of special needs students are very, very passionate advocates for their students and very knowledgeable about our school district policies for special education and then state laws and national laws. And as this reorganization is going forward, if it's not working, or if it's working but there's small parts of it that aren't working, those parents are going to tell us. They'll be very vocal about that if we're willing to listen. So the first question I have is, how are we going to work with our parents and reach out to our parents and listen to their feedback? Is that something that can happen as soon as the phase 1, or do you have, so explain that a little bit for me. And then the second question I had was on the expected outcomes. I saw that one of them, it said budget impact, you expect some savings and staffing allocations, and that makes sense. Whenever you do a reorganization and you look at inefficiencies and how to combine things, you start to build some savings from that. Do we expect that these savings are going to be reinvested back into special education, maybe with hiring more teachers, or so as savings are identified and collected, as I would say, what do we plan on doing with those savings? So that's my second question.
So working so your first question was that parents are very knowledgeable about policy states and state laws, and then how are we going to work with parents through phase 1 and then continue? So yes, phase 1, we will obviously, we want their feedback, we want their input. The future phases, phase 2 and phase 3, yes, we would continue to get the parent feedback. That would be part and built into our program. We currently have the Special Education Advisory Panel, which consists mostly of parents and community members. We would be looking, do we need to expand on it? Do we need to look for other additional supports? We also work collaboratively with Nevada PEP. So do we get enough feedback from them? Do we need to determine more? I will tell you, I've met with numerous parents and families since taking this position, and I've heard a lot of feedback, and I continue to do that. If someone reaches out and needs to voice their opinions or their concerns, I value it. I need to hear it. They're boots on the ground as well, and they're living it day to day. They're the ones hopefully putting their child on the school bus, and that the child's able and willing to go on the school bus. So we need to be able to address those concerns. As far as the expected, this money, the financial, obviously, yes, the thought would be that this would go back into the money, any savings would be folded back into to teacher allocations, but the savings are not, it's their savings, but it's not a lot of savings. But it is a cost neutral and little on the good side as far as the set cost savings.
I'll help you out there.
Thank you.
So typically what would happen is, our budget has increased significantly over the years in special education. And so any type of, when we were starting to talk about a reorganizational effort, any type of reorganization either had to be budget neutral or budget savings. And the CFO, I think he's over in the other room. There you go.
Right there.
There you go. And that's what this is. It's not a huge savings, as far as with the district, but any type of savings is actually going to be going towards reducing the budget deficit overall for the school district.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't know who was first, so I'll just go down the line. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of questions and start with a comment. Thank you for this. Is really comprehensive, and I know we've had, since I've been on the board, we've had several attempts at resets, if you will, in the area of special ed, and just haven't been able to get the footing that we want, make the progress that we want, get the outcomes. It's really about the outcomes for the kids, and as I've always said, this is our most vulnerable part of the most vulnerable part of our student population, and we owe them better. And I really, at least the way this looks and feels, I know that it's a complete blow up, if you will, right? But it really looks and feel like it gives them a better chance to be successful. Not just the students, but the teachers that are providing support for them. I think that's an area that we haven't done a great job of it. So then you get resistance and you get pushback, and then nothing's happening, and people feel like they aren't supported, and we aren't making that progress. So thank you. I mean, I'm very hopeful. I'm more than cautiously optimistic. I'm just optimistic. I'm just optimistic on this. But I do have a couple of questions. If you go back to page 14, and this is just where you gave us the org chart. And I see how, I mean, certainly we can tell this one on the right was you. But Area 2 has 67 schools. You have 60. There's not that much of a difference. Is there a reason that's just a little shorter? I'm just curious about that.
So, Area 2 is 60. There's 67 special education teachers, and then Area 5, 65.
Right, that's what I mean.
So yeah,
not schools. Right.
But the 67 schools are across 25 schools.
Oh, the 67 teachers are around 25 schools. Okay, I got you.
So versus the 65 are around 11 schools.
Nope, that makes all. I knew there was a reason. Yep. I just wanted to be able to understand what it was. So thank you for that. And then when we look at the can you talk to me a little bit about, as Trustee Simon Holland said, 26 new positions, and I know some people are currently holding some roles that we will no longer have, right? And I really like the idea of, people are going to really be involved in special ed. Here's an idea, they should actually be trained in special ed. So I love that. But I know that's also a tough area to get people in. So this is certainly no indictment on the past. But so what do you expect in terms of what the qualifications of the people that are maybe implementation specialists now, for an example, and other positions that have been really eliminated? And I know they'll get a chance to reapply and so on. And I think that's absolutely fair. Do you expect a big turnover? Do you expect, because those are people that have committed to the district as well. But we have to have the right people in the right seats. We just guess as an expectation, maybe Dr. Parks. Should I have said Dr. Parks? I just kind of want an idea. Is this going to be is this going to have a huge impact on our personnel? For those that are currently in those positions that are being redefined and changed, if you will, eliminated.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Yes, with the new job descriptions, we do anticipate many of the current instructional coordinators and the implementation specialists will be applying for the new jobs. And you're exactly right. We we feel a tremendous amount of responsibility and ownership now. And we know absolutely we got to get the right people in the right places. And we do anticipate many of them will have a very competitive chance at landing these new positions. And then we're going to, as you said, we're going to engage them as well about, from boots on the ground perspective. We need their perspectives also about how we're going to be continuously improving our service to our schools. But we also know that some of them might not be the right fits, and some of them are going to choose other positions in the district. And as we're all very aware, there's many teaching positions out there that are unfilled, and we will go through that process of letting people consider, here's the new opportunity, and help build the vision, or there's other opportunities within the district.
So you don't thank you for that. You don't anticipate that someone's going to just be displaced as a result of this?
Not within, they may not be placed in like a parallel or lateral move, but we anticipate that they have every opportunity to compete for positions within the district. There's no guarantees that that an administrator is going to be an administrator. So I think with the current status of the unfilled jobs, we're pretty confident that everybody can land in a position and remain in the Washington County School District.
Okay. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to say thank you very much. Having been in the schools all those years, I know that there's been so much frustration around this, that you don't know who to get a hold of. When you get a hold of somebody, you don't get an answer, and so I'm optimistic. What'd you say?
I'm just optimistic.
Extremely optimistic that this is going to, because I know it's been hard. I know that. But that it's going to shake it up and get it so it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Student Trustee Nathan Noble.
You all did a wonderful job of explaining this, and I would just like to convey my thanks, because the key outcome for this that will really make a difference to my stakeholder group is the increased response time, because every second that's wasted, that's a student. It's a kid out there. And so this reorganization will massively improve that from what it seems. So I'd like to personally thank you for your efforts in that regard.
Thank you. Right. Well, I just have one question on slide 15. Just so I really get the administrators that directly report up to the area superintendents and how that works, but if I could just get a little more information so I better understand the other SEAs, which I know having only been on the board for 3 years, have already fallen into the overuse of acronyms. But I think you made a really great point about how these titles are so descriptive of the work. And so I think whenever we can use the full title, the better. But in the meantime, the SEA is here for that transitions down and the low incidence programs down. So are they not embedded in schools the same way, or how do those positions work?
So those two positions will oversee, so we still have the responsibility to provide supports and training along self-contained programs, and then transition services and extended school years. So those are supports that are in our schools, but need time and effort to be planned appropriately. So for example, transition services actually happen 18 to 22. So that might not be on a campus. So we need someone to oversee that program. Again, extended school year, it's kind of a school within a school, because it's that summer program or break program. And so that while they take place in schools, they're still kind of a little separate. the special education administrator overseeing low incidence programs, CLS strategies, all the related services. It's a huge, it's a lot of people.
Yeah, seems
so
like.
there are over 120 speech pathologists in the district alone, and so when you look at the independent contractors that we have for OTs and PTs and even audiologists, we need someone who can help facilitate and make sure that those supports are provided in the school. So it's more of kind of that, while they are supporting schools, they're more of doing that outside work that's going to happen, that we need to happen to support the schools.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful. I was trying to look for that same sort of correlation of, sites, the 65 or whatever, to the administrator, but it's just different because it's more district-wide, it sounds like. Okay. Well, that's all. Yes, Trustee Simon Holland.
Sorry, I have another question. Really stupid question. So GT was formerly part of special education, so where does that fit in this reorg?
So you are correct. Special GT actually is considered part of NAC under special education, but gifted and thank you. Sorry, gifted and talented, and Nevada Administrative Code. So NAC, Nevada Administrative Code. But when we look at how where our organization sits, the gifted and talented program sits within the curriculum and instruction department, and so they will continue to work closely with that department. Now, that being said, we work very closely with our gifted and talented program and our curriculum and instruction program office as well.
And I've been watching Natha Anderson back there nodding her head and shaking her head. I don't want her to get a neck injury, but Natha, is there anything you would like to say? Oh, good. Okay, okay, great. How's your neck, by the way? Okay.
I think that's perfect segue. Why don't we have our public comment?
Natha Anderson.
So I'll try not to bob my head so much. Good evening, President Raymond and Board of Trustees. I'm very excited about this. Our WEA Special Education Caucus, gee, I wonder why we're so scared to say it, has been talking about this for some time, trying to figure out ways that we could bring more help at the student level. And so listening to the presentation, there were so many things I thought, Smirker said this, or this person said that. So I just really appreciate the district working with our teachers, our educators. We could also talk about our ESPs, because they're also a very important part to this. And our education support professionals, thank you. But right now we're just talking about the facilitators. That's who we represent. And I think one of the biggies is increasing that number from 12 to 17. Huge help, because this way our facilitators will be able to be in the classroom much more, especially for our first through third year special education teachers and our ARL candidates, our alternative route to licensure candidates. Gotcha. Because we literally at times say, congratulations, here's your license. Now go write an IEP, a legal document that we will give you guidance written, but it's very difficult to sit down with somebody next to you. And so having that facilitator, because I'm sorry, I just cannot call them a cell or so. Yeah, having the facilitator next to them will help so much. Also really appreciated the calendar with the discussion around the May to July discussions around the essential soft skills. I know that people call them soft skills. I personally call that the essential skills. As a teacher, it's that ability to work with each other. It's that ability to communicate. And also the simplification, just created a new word, simplifying the communication with the alignment. Who's in charge of what? Because I think that's been one of the hardest parts is, so I'm going to go to my current coach, and then they're going to go to their specialist, and then they're going to go to this. And having that simplified will be a huge help for all of us. But also, we're rushing into it, but we're not. We're doing it in a very strategic manner. So again, on behalf of WEA, greatly appreciate the work, and I'll try my best not to shake my head so much. Going all over the place. Something's bopping in there. So thank you so much.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Okay, I got two questions. So number one is how does this guy Desert High have so many special ed program? And then number two, so what to do with the mainstream elementary school to have no special ed or CLS class, or what to do for the students? Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I think I understood one of the questions to be are the sites that don't have a CLS. I'm assuming that that sort of rolls into that number of the 67 or whatever for the individual coordinators that are on site for there. That would be a higher number in a school that has strategies or comprehensive life skills program built into the school site. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. So the level of support, so every school has at least one resource teacher. And many have at least one or two special ed teachers on site. Every school has a speech pathologist. Every school has an occupational therapist assigned to them. So the level of support would be there for every school.
Great.
Oh, yeah. The second question is, why would Desert Heights Elementary School have so many special education programs?
So in the past, programs were placed in schools based on capacity, and that is still part of the influence on how we're able to place programs in locations. We try to place them strategically so that they are able to support their communities. Desert Heights has building room for programs, and so they do have more programs than some of the other schools in our school district, but it was just based on basically the building capacity. But we do provide additional support currently for them as well.
Great. No more public comment? Okay. Any other comments or questions for our presenters?
I just want to congratulate Gina Curtis on a great presentation. Just doing an awesome job over there, Ms. Curtis.
I just really want to quickly thank Rory. Your passion and your love for special education just exudes, and so we truly, truly appreciate all your support. And then obviously the Office of School Leadership, you all have done a yeoman's job in a very short amount of time. And there are thousands of people, no stress, but there are thousands of people behind you that are there to support you in this work, and the board and your interim superintendent are some of those people as well. So I want to thank you so much for your love and your passion for what happens every day in our schools. So thank you.
Thank you all. As you are moving on, I'm going to move on myself to the agenda item 4.07, discussion and approval of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-002, a resolution providing for 1, the issuance of a medium-term bond, Series 2020, for acquiring school buses and other support vehicles for the district, 2, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bond, and 3, authorizing the superintendent or chief financial officer of the district to accept a binding bid for the bond. This is for possible action, and we have Mark Mathers, our chief financial officer.
Thank you, President Raymond, trustees. So you recall last month you authorized the initiation of this transaction, which is the issuance of $2.3 million of medium-term bonds with a 4-year term to fund the replacement of 14 buses and 9 service vehicles. Since that authorization on January 14th, we've received approval from the State Department of Taxation, and through our financial advisor, we bid those bonds in the private placement market. Those bids were due Friday. We received 9 bids with interest rates ranging from 1.65% to 2.4%. So pretty wide range of interest rates that were bid. The successful low bidder is J.P. Morgan with that 1.65% interest rate, so very, very low. that'll help keep the debt service costs below what we issued 4 years ago and that are rolling off. So we'll have a little bit of debt service savings in the budget. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation and open up for any questions.
Trustee Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. Mark, I just wanted to have you say on the record that when we say support vehicles, we're not talking about cars that are going to go to administrators. These are going to be vehicles that are going to be used for much different things. I think it's just important to put on the record exactly what we mean by support vehicles.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Kelly. I agree. It's important to put on the record. So you remember this board took action to eliminate all take-home vehicles for administrators last year. So none of these support vehicles, and there are actually 7 that are being replaced, not 9, go towards really operations and maintenance and school police.
Thank you. Trustee Katie Simon Hall.
I was just going to make a motion if there's no public comment. Okay.
Thank you.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-002, a resolution providing for the issuance of a medium-term bond, Series 2020, for acquiring school buses and other support vehicles for the district, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bond, and authorizing the superintendent or chief financial officer of the district to accept a binding bid for the bond.
Okay, motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Trustee Minetto. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Good job, Mark. Thank you for holding out.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for holding out there.
All right. Agenda item 4.08 is a presentation and possible action to direct submission of the Washoe County School District Facilities Plan 2020 to 2039 to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency for conformance with the 2019 regional plan. This is for possible action, and our chief facilities, I'm going to make you the chief financial officer now. Chief facilities management officer Adam Searcy is here.
Hi, thanks. Good evening. Adam Searcy for the record. Again, this is a recommended action to direct staff to submit this draft plan to Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency for conformance review is really what we're doing here. So, just to back up a minute, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency recently adopted a new regional master plan. This has been a multi-year intensive process that involved all major municipalities, including the school district, as a part of this conversation to develop this master plan. As a part of actually state law, it requires that the school district as an affected entity submit our facilities plan for conformance review by TMRPA, so that basically it shows that all of these other affected entities or other public entities are developing facilities plans that are in conformance with the regional plan. Makes sense. And really the ultimate goal of this is to coordinate our efforts so that public infrastructure is being coordinated across different agencies in a coherent manner, and that it's all publicly visible so that private property owners and developers might make decisions based on these potential plans. So this particular draft plan was presented initially to the Capital Funding Protection Committee in December 2019 for their input. It was publicly posted, etc. We've also continuously been consulting with TMRPA, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency staff, to ensure that this document is likely to be found in conformance, just getting courtesy review from them all along. And I just also want to clarify, so we feel the plan is sound at this time and ready for conformance review, but I just want to note that this is a snapshot in time. This is a 20-year plan. This is not a 5-year CIP. This is certainly not a commitment to deliver really any of these projects. This is truly our best forecast of what may be necessary in the future, and it is merely that. So talking about the document specifically, I don't know, there's no presentation here, but if anybody has a chance to look at it, there are several pages of narrative on school funding and how enrollment forecasts are developed by the school district and how enrollment forecasts are informed by the consensus regional population forecasts, things of that nature, just to sort of lay the foundation for some of the facility planning that comes throughout the document. A couple of noteworthy distinctions I wanted to make for reference if you're following along at home. On page 24, you'll see clouds in areas where we anticipate major population growth, but we do not have yet identified or purchased or acquired a specific facility site. So on page 24 is actually referring to like Stonegate. If you're familiar, that's a major development. We anticipate a need for multiple school sites there, but that's to be determined. So they're clouds. However, also on page 24, if you look kind of down in between Stead Elementary and Alice Smith, that there's a star. Stars are representing existing facilities and future facilities where we own property. We don't want to be too specific, being speculative where we might build a school, but if we have a property and we know there's going to be a school built there someday, they're starred. So that's just sort of housekeeping. And then also, I kind of alluded to this earlier tonight on page 28. We're over in Northwest Reno talking about the future growth and capacity needs in that area. There's tremendous potential residential growth over by Verdi, both on the north and south sides of I-80. That's represented by a cloud. That all comes to fruition. It's like we will need an additional elementary school there, but that's largely to be determined. However, all that growth comes to fruition. It will not likely generate the need for a full new high school or a full new middle school, but it will generate substantial additional middle schoolers and high schools. So what this page just demonstrates is that our current plan, our best thinking to meet that need is described as an expansion to Billinghurst and McQueen, along with some potential strategic rezoning. Those are all details to be determined if and when type of a thing, but it's important for us to consider all of the possible growth scenarios and illustrate that we've thought through that and we have a feasible plan to address all of them through the 20-year horizon period. So, I also wanted to note that there's currently an active discussion with TMRPA and their board members regarding considering major new school projects as a project of regional significance. That's a term that carries a number of approval requirements along with it. So Trustee Simon Holland sits as a non-voting liaison and is a part of that subcommittee discussing this with the TMRPA board. But for the purposes of this presentation, the inclusion of these potential projects in this plan is a really important part of that conversation, just so that this isn't a project that popped up out of nowhere. This has been considered and anticipated for a long time. That's really the brief explanation of this. There's a tremendous amount of information in here, detail. I want to specifically recognize Randy Baxley and the entire capital projects team that put a lot of time and energy into this, coordinating it with regional. It's somewhat difficult to make predictions through a 20-year time horizon, but this is a strong document that I think will communicate to the public as well as our other public partners our intentions. And again, this is just a direction for us to submit it to regional, and then should it be found in conformance, we'll likely return and have some level of action to cause this to be officially adopted. That's all I have. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to say one quick thing, then. I just wanted to point out that the timing of this presentation, right before we're making a number of significant zoning decisions, means that the next few agenda items and whatever may or may not happen in our votes are not represented in this current report. The zoning changes because we haven't voted on them yet, are not, those school capacity numbers are not reflective of what we're talking about later on and how they might change after that. Is that correct? You're looking maybe like I'm wrong.
No,
Okay.
that is correct. The level of precision is significantly different,
Yeah.
but I mean, technically speaking, the changes we're going to be talking about later this evening are not reflected in
this
here.
report.
They don't change the recommendations, however.
Right.
You know, a new school at the Wild Creek area, a new high school in the Cold Springs area. The recommendations are in alignment with this plan.
It was sort of nice, actually, to have them back to back. It helped frame, create a frame of reference for me in reviewing this. But I did do a lot of back and forth, so I just wanted to make the point, because if someone else was doing as thorough a job as all of us in reviewing the board materials, they might notice that, for instance, Reno High's numbers in the TMRPA report are very different than the projected numbers that are part of the zoning item in a little while. So I don't know if if to you it feels like it's still not a significant enough difference to change anything, but there might be potential when it comes back for final approval to update some of those numbers. Not, again, that they would impact any change to the actual recommendations as a whole, but just the detail in the facilities capacity part of the reports. So,
that's a good point. Thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. As Adam said, I sit on the Regional Planning Governing Board as your liaison, and I also sit on the school subcommittee, which came about because the Regional Planning Governing Board was grappling with their decision-making process on when and how to approve new school construction. And certainly, when we build schools within the core, as we are doing with the Hug High School at Wild Creek, it generates a lot of controversy and consternation, and that was really what triggered the conversation at the Regional Planning Governing Board. This document, as Adam said, is critically important for that process, because what we have argued is we submit to you a 20-year plan, and then we submit also every 5 years. Here's a snapshot of what the next 5 years looks like. And it would be tremendously difficult for the school district if at the end of all of the work that we have done to purchase a site, to do the site assessments, to do the traffic studies, all the things that we do, and then to have it go to regional planning and have the Regional Planning Governing Board say, no, we don't want the school there. So this is a really important document. You all have done a tremendous job. This is just excellent work. I am so grateful for it, and I certainly will refer to it regularly. And I know one of the other things I wanted to make sure was on the record, as you stated, you've worked not only with the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency staff, but also with the staffs of the jurisdictions. And this is a conversation that we also have to remind our partners about, which is we are responsive to the development decisions that are made by jurisdictions. And we don't get to approve whether that development occurs. We get to comment on how the development will impact the district. But so it's really important, and appreciate the great collaboration that has been going on with the planning staffs of the jurisdictions and the regional planning staff with our team. So again, really congratulate you all on a great job. They had our team had submitted an earlier draft just for discussion. So this has already had discussion by the regional planning agency staff, and we've been able to change some things and make it more favorable to them. One little thing, just being nitpicky, on page 11, we talk about this facilities plan being 2020 to 2039, and the title of the table is 2019 to 2038. Just it's just one of those things that somebody's going to say, oh, wait a minute, this says 2019. So I just wanted to point that out for you. But it also gives the public.
Time flies.
Yes, exactly. But that page 11 also gives a great summary of why we needed WC1 and what we're looking at going into the future. So tremendous work. So thank you, Adam and team. And Randy, thank you. Great job. We're so proud to have you representing us in these conversations about demographics.
Thank you. If there aren't any other comments, I'll go to public comment or questions. All right, public comment.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Okay, so I did not went to the couple of funding protection meeting because I was so busy, do some homework and stuff, try to get done. So for right now, like we're building a 3 new elementary school, which is four elementary school: Porquillas, Porhash, Cold Spring, and then Wangler. I think to possibly open it 2023. And then there is a 3 middle school, which is Skyway Desert Sky, and we built a Mercyhurst Middle School 2020. There was a new high school at Wild Creek. There's going to be new Huck High School. So we praised the old Huck High School. I don't know what's the name. It's for the old Huck High School. But there will be a new career technical territory. So in 2025, in 5 year plus year, we're going to build like another 2 elementary school in North Valley area and Spanish Spring area. One in Cold Spring area. I know North Valley. I checked the zoning. I went to the zoning advisor meeting. I checked North Valley numbers. Oh, it's very increased. Look like we need a new high school in 5 to 10 years. And then a new high school, especially for my Queen High School. That will be a zoning meeting. Like I know Reno High School will be overcrowded if you add whole Huffbaker from Galena to Reno High. So I think like with the especially McQueen, we can rezone from Reno High to take him to McQueen High School. And then here we go, 10 year to 20 year. There are 4 elementary school. I'm not gonna name all of it. So there are 3 middle school: Inspection, Baker, Midnight, and Shaw. Midnight and Shaw. I know Skyway is the fastest growing. I saw the number. Oh wow, it's overcrowded. We need a build no middle school in Spanish Spring, but we have to expand Shaw and Midnight, and then we have to do expand Baker because West Reno always are overcrowded. And 1 new high school, which is a Berlin High School. I know that protected school go be 20 year plus 20 year or more. So I have a question about why you did not add question 1. Why you did not add the Spark High School inspections? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Searcy, is there any plans to do an expansion of Sparks High School?
It's a great question. Mr. Navaduran does not miss a trick. The strategic acquisition of properties surrounding Sparks High School is a specific component of the WC1 ballot measure in 2016. We've moved forward on that only a small degree, but based on the current forecast for capacity needs at that high school and even surrounding high schools, it's not included in this plan at this time. It's not likely going to be a capacity solution that we look at going forward. Reed High School is more on the watch list as far as enrollment and capacity needs, but no facility solutions at this time are anticipated.
Okay. Well, thank you. Are there any other questions, comments? No more public comment? All right, then I'll be looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I move the Board of Trustees direct staff to submit the Washoe County School District Facilities Plan 2020 to 2039 to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency to determine conformance with the 2019 Regional Plan.
Okay, I have a motion by trustee Simon Holland, a second by trustee Minetto. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Searcy. Okay, getting to our zoning questions. Yeah. We will start with approval of the recommendations from the zoning advisory committee to modify the zoning boundaries for Damani Ranch High School and Galena High School, establishing that all students zoned for Marcy Hers Middle School be zoned for Galena High School, effective for the 2021-2022 school year. And this is for possible action. Should have said that we are actually going to open agenda items 4.09 all the way down through 4.13 to allow for presentation and discussion to move back and forth. I know we've now done this a number of times. It does seem to work really well, though, to go through your order because there is sometimes a little bit of a domino effect. So we'll start and move our way down, but if there are questions, that allows us the ability to move around. And we have with us Dr. Paul LaMarca, the Chief Ombudsman and Strategies Officer, Beth Smith, the Chair of our Zoning Committee, and Mr. Searcy gets to stick around longer.
Thank you, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. For the record, my name is Paul LaMarca, Chief Ombudsman and Strategies Officer. Thank you, Adam, for your lengthy presentations tonight. My seat is nice and warm, and I appreciate that more than you realize. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Smith to kick this off.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us today. So the first thing that we would like to touch on is do a bit of a review on the Zoning Advisory Committee. Of course, we were here in June of last year, but it's certainly worth mentioning to yourself and to also members of the community exactly who the Zoning Advisory Committee is. And we are members of the community. So there are 13 members on the committee, and we have 4 new members that joined us this year. So again, of the 13 members we have, 4 are new to this committee year. One of us serves under each of the trustees. We also have 3 additional at-large positions, which are either filled by community members or parents. And then we also have 3 positions that are filled by members of the district staff in different roles. And we come from very different backgrounds, many different areas of the community, and we reflect all the different stages. There are parents, non-parents, everyone is a member of our community, and we are very excited about that because that allows us to be so community focused and integrated with the communities that we actually work in. So now we would like to move on to our meeting schedule. This is also something that we carried forward from last year, and that's doing a majority of our meetings in the community. You're probably noticing a trend here. What we want to do is we want to make sure that we're going to the communities where we're making these decisions, where we are engaging them in a dialogue to talk with them in their own areas about the things that matter to them and what it is that they're interested in. And of course, we've seen some of you at those meetings as well, and we feel that's where we get the best feedback as well. So you'll see that we do usually start off our committee year here in the boardroom, and then we promptly get out in the community and stay there for a majority of the year, sometimes wrapping up for that last meeting of the year back in the boardroom, but we do that as well too. So this month you'll see that we'll be heading out to Silver Lake. And then community outreach. This is another really, really important part of what we do. We've evolved over the years. We're in year 3 with the Zoning Advisory Committee, and we have learned as we've went. We usually start off with an item for discussion only. We do that for a month or 2 before we move for potential action because we want to make sure that the communities that we're in know that we're starting a dialogue with them. We're not just starting out to make a decision. So often, people think we're coming in and it's time to make a recommendation, but that's not the case. We really want everyone to know that we're starting a conversation with them, and we find that that approach works really well. We also work with staff communications teams to make sure that we're working with all the affected principals to execute a communication plan that they feel is right for their family population. That can be Connect Ed calls, it can be flyers, it can be emails, and all of the affected schools that you've seen here have been receiving messages over the course of this committee year, and in some cases starting from last committee year as well. We also work with district staff to make sure that we're utilizing social media, engaging with the local news media, and again, communicating as much as we possibly can. So that's something that's a true tenet to our committee values.
So we want to talk just to give you a sense of where kind of our guardrails are. Programs and grade configurations. The zoning, we get all the time, we have people coming to the zoning advisory committee asking us to move a particular program. That's not our responsibility, or to move a particular grade level. That's administration's responsibility. Sometimes we rely on the changes that administration makes, such as moving 6th grade up to the middle school, which creates space, or moving programs. But we don't direct where the IB program goes or the GT magnet programs go. That's outside of our purview. In terms of transportation, we work as closely as we can with the transportation department. They look at the plans that are being proposed by administration. Transportation kind of gives us a sense of if things are feasible, but they do their real studies once decisions are made. We always try to avoid, safety issues, or we address safety issues with transportation. So we have the walk zones, but of course, as we've been here before, if we have a major arterial, we will bus, or we look to make sure that there are good crosswalks, that sort of a thing. I'm going to ask Ms. Smith to talk about our committee principles, and then we'll move forward.
Our guiding principles are incredibly important to the recommendations that we make and the way that we work in the community. These are not in priority order. We weight them all equally, and they also align to Board Policy 7105, which is the school capacity management and attendance area policies that the board also follows. So just to quickly recap these, they are student safety, maximize educational equity, quality, and student achievement, maintain and keep operational existing school buildings, minimize disruption to families to the highest degree possible, ensure our diverse student population has equitable access to schools and educational programming, which we often refer to as neighborhood kids and neighborhood schools, which you'll hear. And then we aim to maintain these zone changes for 3 to 5 years. With many of the recommendations, we achieve all of these, but again, being equally weighted and sometimes with many possible options on the table, we do try to achieve the maximum number of these with any given decision.
Each year, this is our 3rd year with the Zoning Advisory Committee, and it seems that every year there's a lot of attention given to ideas around integration. And each year we've worked with General Counsel, who reminds us of federal rules regarding sort of student assignments. And we are unable to use racial classifications in order to try to create an equitable balance based on race. That can become controversial because zoning is a very emotional kind of issue out there, but that is something that we are constantly having to remind our community. The racially neutral alternative is to use student addresses. And so all of our decisions are predicated on where students live. I want to talk just briefly about variances, because this is another hot topic that comes up every year. You're familiar now with the grandfathering variance kind of concept, I think. So with middle schools, if you were going to be an 8th grader and you're suddenly being changed, you could stay at your school, or if you were a 5th grader and you were being changed, you could stay at your school. So at the high school level, and we did discuss this with you last May, but at the high school level, we're extending this at this time to juniors and seniors, not just seniors. So if a student has spent 2 years at a school and now they have to go to a different school, we'll allow that student to remain at their home school, and that's a guaranteed variance. For younger siblings, they have to follow the typical variance process, and we are strongly encouraging principals to take those variances, especially when they have space permitted. The reverse of that is true as well. So let's say you are an 8th grader now, and these changes go into effect when your student becomes a 10th grader, and next year you're like, well, but my child's got to go to Damani, and you're proposing they go to Galena. We are working with the principals. As space permits, we're encouraging those variances, but there is a process that families have to follow to achieve those variances. There are exceptional circumstances with athletes, as that was our big discussion last May, I think. So athletes, if you are a varsity athlete and then you change schools, you can be in jeopardy of losing your eligibility for a full year. Varsity athletes, once they've established that, they can opt to stay in their school of origin, and we believe that that should be extended even if they've achieved that varsity standing as a freshman. So if we have a varsity athlete who's a sophomore, they can choose to remain with their school of origin under NIAA rules. Now, if they then variance at a later point in time or go to their own school, they would be subject to that 180-day sort of lack of eligibility. But this is a hot issue. This has been an issue that's come up with all of our discussions around high school rezoning.
Can I just interrupt?
Sure.
To get a little bigger or greater explanation on the standard variance procedure, and
Sure.
just as some guidance for anyone that might be listening, what that looks like. They start with the school's principal at the site they're looking to go to.
Yes, there is a process, and that's exactly it. So my child goes to Spanish Springs High School, and I want to get a variance to Reed High School. Really what I'm expected to do is go speak with administration at Spanish Springs High School. That's where you begin to fill out the variance form. The principal and the administration is almost always, I don't know of a situation in which they wouldn't sign a variance to leave. Then you go to Reed High School and you talk with their administration, you explain your circumstance, why you're seeking the variance, and they sign off, they accept the variance. Now, principals will look at space, so space is the big trigger. They're also going to look at attendance, they're going to look at behavior, they're going to look at academic performance. Because of the rezoning and how boundaries are being shifted around, and that's prompting some of these, this is why we are strongly encouraging principals to take variances when they have space.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's helpful.
And so now we'll move on to the Zoning Advisory Committee's recommendations. We're bringing 5 of them to you today, although we do ask if we could move the second item, which is noted as the Central and North Reno Sparks High School cleanup. I believe that aligns with item 4.10. We'd actually like to move that to the end. That would allow for continuity with the other 4. So tonight we're going to be bringing you these 5 recommendations, and we have covered hundreds of different options over the course of months, and in some cases 2 years, as we ultimately bring these final recommendations to you, and we look forward to sharing them with you and answering any questions you have. So the first item that we're going to bring to you is the approval of recommendations from the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the zoning boundaries for Demonte Ranch High School and Galena High School, establishing that all students zoned for Marcy Hers Middle School be zoned for Galena High School, effective the 2021 school year. Before Paul begins, the intro to this has actually been a 2-year recommendation in the making. Last year, we focused on the elementary schools and the matriculation to Marcy Hers Middle School. The high school was a part of that, but we were not in a position to make a recommendation on high school. However, the community in this area was very clear about the need for the matriculation cycle up through the high schools and how important that was. However, last committee year was not the year to do that. This is. So this will be a very familiar topic as we consider it to be a carry-on from that discussion from last committee year.
So I should say really quickly, thank you to Adam Searcy and Randy Baxley. They put a lot of these materials together for us. Adam's sitting at the table, and Randy, I just moved my bag because there's a good chance Randy will have to come up and take some of the arrows. But they've done a really good job. And there's a lot of schools involved. There's a lot of complexity. There's a lot of maps. And I just want to say that as we begin. So this right here is a picture of really the focus of this picture is the Demonte Ranch High School attendance zone and the Galena High School attendance zone. And really we're talking about Marcy Hers. And you can, so the high school boundaries are with the dark browns outline. So you can see that the Galena zone is very large. It's going all the way down into sort of where Loader, Corbett, Anderson, Beck, way up high, or way north into the middle of the city, and then extends very south. And then DeMonte is very similar. They're huge zones geographically. The change that we are recommending here is to split the DeMonte zone right here, right above on the northern border of what is the Brown Elementary School boundary. Now, I must say that that boundary is sort of a future boundary, because right above it to the north you see Rio Wrangler Elementary School. Rio Wrangler has not been built, but you may recall last May when we went through this, we split Brown. We have the northern part of Brown, which will still remain zoned for DeMonte for the period of time, assuming you take the recommendation, and the southern section, which would go to Galena. Ms. Smith did comment that some of our conversations and notices to schools really began last year with some of these changes. So you might recall that when we were talking about the boundaries for Marcy Hers and the possibility of moving Pleasant Valley into Marcy Hers and part of Brown, it was not a unanimous we want to go to Marcy Hers. There were some folks that would have preferred to remain at DeMonte, but the bigger issue was if you change us to Marcy Hers, we would like to have all go to Galena, assuming that's where Marcy Hers goes. We don't want to bounce from one vertical to another. So again, that's no boundary, and that's the recommended change. Sure. Okay. I wish I had a pointer. I always do that, but the screens aren't forgiving with a pointer. You did, but I don't think a pointer won't hit the screen. That's the problem.
And as Dr. LaMarca said, that is an intentional split feeder because, again, one of our guiding principles is to be as least disruptive as possible. And since there is a new elementary school slated in that area with community support, we recommended and you passed maintaining that smaller northern portion of Brown Elementary School, continuing their current matriculation to DePoli Middle School and continuing it to DeMonte in recognition of the fact that we would not want to needlessly move them. So this recommendation is to move all of Pleasant Valley Elementary School and that larger southern area facing for Brown Elementary School.
This next picture, we're going to show you several of these, and really, so we're talking about high school zoning now, and we've already cleaned up some of these arrows, as you're aware, but this is really what we're trying to achieve to the extent that we can. That is for a whole elementary community to go to one middle school, and that whole elementary community to continue on to a high school. That is not always going to be something that we can achieve, and in fact, we have several middle schools. I think there's 4 of them where we also like the whole middle school to go to one high school, but that just cannot happen in all cases. I think we have 4 that will continue to split feed. But you will see greater alignment for families throughout this presentation.
And it's also worth noting for the public that although this is a continuation of our total proposals, you will see that Brown is slated to go to Hers Middle School. We do want to point out that that is the eventual plan because remember there is still that portion that will temporarily be continuing on to DePoli. So this is the future outcome once the Rio Wrangler Elementary School opens.
Right, when Rio Wrangler opens, then where you see the DePoli box, there'll be a 4th row there for Rio Wrangler. There's a couple of other schools that feed there as well. Or no, not to DePoli, it's DeMonte.
Yeah, it's there.
Oh, it is there.
But for any family is going to Brown right now. Mm-hmm.
So that's the first. So we are taking this as a whole, but if you would like to take action as we go, we have recommended actions in the presentation.
Okay. And I'll open that for discussion with my fellow trustees. I know in the past that there are impacts. If we don't make decisions at certain points, then we can't make decisions further down. Is that the case tonight as well, that if we delay a decision now, we have to basically kind of hold off on most of it until the end? Is that?
There's no dependency on this
Okay.
particular action.
Okay.
You could come back to this action if you want, but also you could take it and it's not going to
And it's
imperil
not
other
going to,
actions.
okay, great to know. Thank you. Do we have public comment on this item?
Dave Keys.
Might have left.
Oh, he's here.
Say it
Oh.
again.
Dave Keys.
I wasn't paying attention in that direction. I'm Dave Keyes. I live in the south end of Reno, so I was involved in the planning for Marcy Hers, and then we moved on to the zoning effects of that. And I was mostly concerned with just that little south end of town. But I attended many of these zoning advisory committees and talked with Adam several times. And I just wanted to say that I'm very impressed that they put the entire city together at one time rather than going through what we're going to do tonight every other year or every year, something like that. And I know there are a lot of disagreeing voices along the way. Those were not fun meetings, and I'm sure there will be after tonight too once it hits the news. But my concern and my comment tonight is really about the variances. And when I first saw this, I expected them all to hit in 2021 when things changed. And then it occurred to me that especially current eighth graders, may want to choose a high school for their full 4 years. And so they would need a 1-year variance. And again, I had just thought of Damani Galena, mostly at Galena, because it is the one that is gaining students in 2021. But I thought there are many eighth graders who may want a variance so they can attend Galena for 4 years. And I was concerned about teacher allocations and everything else that affects the principals at those schools. So I talked with, or I emailed both Darvell Bell and Jay Salter, and Joe Ernst, and then to Scott Kelly, because when I first called the district, it just seemed like there was not a plan for that. It was apply to both schools, and then the fall, a few weeks before, we'll tell you where you're going, and I just thought that was very incomplete. So again, my compliments to those four for really jumping on that and realizing that we could have a lot of variances in 2020. Those will mostly be eighth graders. The variances to expect in 2021 to me are those who are currently, say, at Damani and want to continue there rather than be rezoned to Galena. And they will need 3 years of variances, I believe, to stay at Damani. And I saw it on the slide, that was good, but I wasn't sure it really covered those two groups. And I have no idea what the scale of that will be. I think the news of this tonight will affect it, and probably about a month before school actually starts is going to have a big effect. But I'm just happy that everybody is finally aware of it and realizing it could move that direction. Thanks.
Thank you.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Okay, so we talk about Monster Heroes Middle School for the last 2 years because of, Huntsberger, Brown go to Pine and go to Galena, so now get to go to Monster Heroes into Galena. So the problem is the Pleasant Valley, Pleasant Valley can go to hers, but they're going to have to go to Damani because of split feeder on high school, middle school to high school alignment. So, and Baby Brown, or the southern half of Brown, will go to hers and then go to Damani. That's the problem also. They go to, I feel like the Pleasant Valley and the southern half of Brown should go to Galena High School because of a realignment of making friends on Hearst Middle School. Rather than spread it up, go one, like two school go to Galena, two school will go to Damani. This is not what it is. This is a rival school. Galena, Damani is a rival school. So I know you don't want to spread up because you don't want to happen to spread up. Like if you take for example, if you take say no to this recommendation, this will happen to cause disruption of families, all kind of stuff, just like the New World area. So on the western side of New World, zone for Galena, western for Damani, there and 20 plus here to have a lot of disruption on school, a lot of disruption, a lot of anger. So I don't want that happen to the Pleasant Valley and Brown or Hussmaker and Linz will have to disruption of Hearst Middle School, like which high school they're rooting for, because I like to go I like one middle school community will go to one high school. Stuff like this is Sky Middle School will go to a new Hook High School.
Thank you.
Please support. As a Galena grad, I graduated Galena High School, go to college, JMCC, graduating Jefferson University, Nevada, Reno, thanks to Galena, teacher education, and with the Pleasant Valley and the Baby Brown, that affect on New World zoning on Galena, also Huffacre. So I will talk about, and I feel like we need to support Brown and Pleasant Valley and Hearst to go to Galena High School, regardless of enrollment, and possibly suspend Galena High School.
Thank you.
That's all for this item.
Okay, thank you very much.
May I quickly comment on the first public comment? I know we don't typically do that. I think it's a very important point. So with Pulikitis and with Desert Skies and with Sky Ranch, we have not seen very many variances at all with the grandfathering process. I don't think we can use that to judge what's going to happen at the high school level. It's a completely different situation.
I happened to have coffee with a friend, and we were in 8th grade when Galena High School opened. And which feels like I was reminded by Principal Jay Salter that was a long time ago when I was visiting. But we were talking about the same things back then, and she was in the second graduating class of Galena High School and talked a lot about the unique opportunity to be part of creating the traditions and how exciting that was to her. And I know that there were other students that did not want that as part of their high school experience and wanted to be, stepping right into the traditions that have already been there. And so I think it is inevitable that we will see some of that movement. I appreciate it does seem like you've considered that in the numbers, and I appreciate your expressing the hope that we can work on those variances for the students that are in these transitional years. But I also think just from my experience, it didn't take long for Galena to have their traditions in place and for those rivalries to be established in year 2. So I would expect it would be pretty quick. That students would feel a part. And this isn't a brand new school. This is an existing school. So, all right. So is there any discussion or questions on this item? Do we want to make a motion at this time? Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I think because this process I thought was very thorough, and like it's been said before, it started almost 2 years ago. And so having watched that process for the last 2 years and gone to some of the meetings and seeing whenever there was a concern from a particular neighborhood, the zoning committee was right on those concerns and working with staff to address them. So I feel pretty good about all that. So for that being said, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to establish new zoning boundaries for 2 high schools, moving a portion of students from Damani Ranch High School to Galena High School effective for the 2021-2022 school year.
Great. All right, so a motion from Trustee Kelly, a second from Trustee Cottle. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. And so I gather now we will move on to agenda item 4.11. Okay.
Right.
All right. So now we will move on to item 4.11. This is also a conversation that has been occurring for the past 2 years, and this affects Huffaker Elementary School. Huffaker is one of those communities that sits within a realm of multiple options. And just like the time that we took with moving and taking the recommended zoning to move to Pine Middle School, we now bring to you a recommendation for high school that keeps that school community together as well.
So here again, we have high school zoning boundaries. In the upper left quadrant, you have the Reno High School zone. You see all that green area. That green area is all zoned for SWOPE, and then you see that kind of was like a light tan. That is zoned for Pine Middle School. You also see, well, you don't really see very well the boundaries for the elementary schools, but you have Huffaker that is a major presence in there. Also, if you follow the Galena zone all the way up into sort of the center of the city, you see two little green pockets at the top. Part of that, the portion to the left is part of Anderson Elementary, and the portion to the right is part of Beck Elementary. Beck kind of wraps around. So we did look at various options for this particular zone. There was a lot of discussion in the previous year, just like with Marcy Hers, with folks primarily at that time talking about the desire to go to Reno from Huffaker. But I will tell you that we received comment from folks wanting to go to Galena versus Reno. So this was actually looked at on 3 different meetings in detail. And I know Adam and Randy went to the drawing board a couple of times. They had different options. So 4 options were really considered for this particular recommendation. There was an option that would move all of Huffaker over to Galena. There was an option that would allow us to just maintain the split feeder, which is something that we don't feel meets with the rest of our plan. There was a second split feeder option, which is kind of move the boundary to a more reasonable place, but it was still a split feeder. And then there was this 4th option, which is to move all of Huffaker as well as those small portions of Anderson and Beck into the Reno zone. So follow those bronze bars again. So you see the Galena zone now looks very much smaller. It obviously isn't, but based on the map it does. So now you have the Reno zone encompassing all of Huffaker as well as on that northern boundary, that section of Anderson and Beck. We do have some impact data for you. So in the above, and Adam, jump in if I begin to botch this up because we're doing really well so far. I don't want to ruin it now. So you have basically the Galena, Reno enrollment figures prior to this change, and then you have the Galena and the Reno figures following this change. We do see Reno creeping up over a 10-year period of time, and that was something that was discussed and debated. We did reach out to administration at Reno High School, and they have assured us that they feel that the changes are something that they can accommodate. They have a large number of variances that already come from that portion of the Huffaker community. It is a full school for sure, but they can handle that. And so that was considered as we talked through these particular changes.
I'll also add that from the Anderson and the Beck, there was no known opposition to removing those very small areas of both of those schools and bringing them over to Reno High. So a majority of our community discussion really revolved around the Huffaker Elementary School parents. There were a lot of different thoughts on that, a lot of different families whose kids have been going to different schools, but the majority did feel that they preferred keeping their schools together. And among the families that were in the area zoned for Galena did support moving to Reno High School. That's not to say everyone did, of course, but again, in working with a majority of the school community, they did like the idea of staying together as a unit. And then the families did come and speak, particularly at our last meeting. We had a couple families that were really moving and said that they were ready to rejoin the other half of Huffaker and continue on with their matriculation to Reno High School.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. So just for the record, can you all shed light on, I know, Beth, you said that the majority of the folks that you heard from wanted Huffaker to go to Reno. I know there were some that wanted Huffaker to go to Marcy Hers and then to Galena. Can you just give us some of the reasoning why that wasn't recommended?
For the Marcy Hers Middle School or for the Galena High School?
Or for that Huffaker group to go to Marcy Hers and then to Galena?
So going back to last year, we felt that Huffaker is in a unique situation. However, we do firmly believe that they are not part of South Reno proper. And based on the extreme heat maps in the area for what we would consider to be South Reno and the expected growth in that area over the next 10 years, we needed to make sure that Marcy Hers Middle School and Galena High School, including DePoli and also DeMonte, maintain that space for growth, because this is probably something that Adam or Randy can speak on more. This year we saw an unprecedented number of students begin with Washoe County School District that had never gone to a district school before, and we have to make sure that we have that room for them. So based on the heat maps that we reviewed last year and the fact that Pine Middle School was now going to have space and their proximity to it, we felt that that was the right regional decision. And although I know that there are families that would have wished differently, I do believe that we ended in a place with that school community where they understood the rationality behind that, even though they may have wished there was a different outcome.
Thank you for that. I just want to be able to respond to constituents who ask. So, and I know that was a decision we made already, but I just wanted to make sure we had it on the public record. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So again, here we have the spaghetti chart. It's very clean with SWOPE. Pine is one of those 4 middle schools where you will notice that every elementary goes to a single high school in this plan, but all of Pine doesn't go to one high school. Huffaker is the one school that would go to Reno, but they would also be the one school that would go to Galena in this kind of a scenario.
I also do want to add, because this is something we talk about almost every single month in the Zoning Advisory Committee meetings, is that we understand that the lines look really good when all the schools go to one middle school, but that's also very homogenous, and there's nothing wrong with being exposed to other student groups at middle schools. And so, as I have shared with my own personal opinion, that I believe that it looks different, but one is not better than the other. It's just a different path that you take and different students and ideas that you are exposed to. So I don't personally view that as bad or a detraction. It's just a different way and different people you meet.
That's all of our content for this particular section.
Thank you. I just have one question. You mentioned at the beginning kind of all those different scenarios you looked at, and I just wondered if you could give a little more background on a scenario that would split Huffaker and kind of what, I know we were avoiding splitting schools, but when we looked at Huffaker to Pine last year, and this similar with the conversation about hers, some of this, precursor to the high schools was already coming up. Huffaker is, as much in a funky location as Pine in a way where, you could see a way to split that neighborhood and send half down to Galena and the other half north to Reno. And I just would like to have on the record a little more about how you came to the decision to keep that school together.
So we also talked about that because we covered this from all the different
sure.
angles. As you can see with the current zoning boundaries, with the way that it is very irregular, goes up to Anderson and Beck, one of the things that we did review was, is there a new way to split Huff Acre? And so we did that. And that was one of the options that we discussed and that we brought to the final meeting. And that was actually splitting Huff Acre at McCarran and creating a new line that way. That eliminated Anderson, Beck, and then that whole upper area, which really feels clearly connected up through to the Reno High School area. But based on the number of students that were there and then the recommended change, it actually felt like it made a little less sense. And the families that came and spoke were still on the other side of that line and still asked to stay with their school community at that point, because at that point they felt that, well, for starters, after much soul searching, people didn't arrive at feeling okay with this. This was after many months of talking about it, the school also talking about it amongst themselves too. So this was an evolution for a lot of people. But the families that would have still been on the other side of that line, the southern portion of it, then felt that even though they appreciated another option, which we came back with, that would have then still put them in even a smaller group of people than matriculating up to Galena High School. And so they still came, appreciated we showed another option, but still stated their preference to remain as a unified Huff Acre Elementary School.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we do have public comment on this item.
Pablo Nava Durant.
Okay, so since Pleasant Valley and Bilbao rezoned to Galena High School was approved, okay, so now we move on to Huff Acre. Similar to 2 years ago, that Huff Acre want to go to Marcy Hurst and then to Galena High School. That means the Galena will be overcrowded if Pleasant Valley and Bilbao go to Marcy Hurst and then to Galena High School. Okay, so I guess, so now, like, with the Marcy Hurst and Baby Brown moving to Galena High School, Galena will be overcrowded. And now we need to overcrowd at Galena by moving all the Huff Acre to Reno High School. So I know the Huff Acre parents were not habituated to move from Swope to Pine. So they have a lot of options for Huff Acre to like either keep a school together or split. So they decided to move. So I just talked to Kelly Warper about like I feel like about option 2 is the best option for her and the parents of Huff Acre to move from Galena to Reno High School to keep a school together as one school. So from Pine to Reno High School rather than to Galena High School, because Huff Acre to Galena is 9.5 mile, which is they're travel too far than my neighborhood school, Smith Ridge, which is 1 mile less travel to Galena High School. So I do support Huff Acre to move to Reno High School, despite barely even their walk zone. And to overcrowd Galena High School, I'm also support Anderson and Beck to move from Galena to Reno High School, because they went to go to Swope on home Swope inspection, and then over here, then to move to Reno High. So rather than going to Swope and then to Galena High School, that's the way. There's a very different environment for them. So there's a bad environment for them to rezone them to Reno High School. So to keep the community together, hopefully to expand Swope If not, well, the feeder school will have overcrowded. So please support this recommendation to send a Huffaker from Galena to Reno High School. Thank you.
That's all for this item.
Are there any other questions? I have one, but let's see if anyone else. It's actually not a question, I guess. I can tell that a lot of thought and work went into this, and I know these are not easy decisions, and I support the work you've done and the recommendation. I just want to put out there that the overcrowding at Reno High does concern me, and I, especially having just read the TMRPA report about, growth, but also knowing just how landlocked we are in that area, and that if we were to see, there be any type of burst in population there, that, is just a concern. I didn't know, and so I guess I do have one question, whether there would be an impact with Wild Creek on Reno High in the future. I don't know if there's any zoning for Wild Creek that might relieve overcrowding at Reno High School.
Maybe on the enrollment charts, this is Adam Searcy for the record. Maybe just a little housekeeping. We've got some vertical lines drawn on all those charts. The green line there at the start of the 2021-2022 school years there to indicate like when these changes would go into effect and when those changes are integrated into the numbers in these tables. The red line, as it says there, is reflective of the opening of the new high school at Wild Creek Proctor Hug, and then the blue line at the start of the 2023-24 school years, indicative of the opening of the Hug CTE Academy. We talked at length at the Zoning Advisory Committee. We tried to incorporate the impacts of that CTE high school with basically like a linear extrapolation. So if 10% of this school go to AACT, 10% will go to Hug CTE. As far as direct impacts of the new Proctor Hug at Wild Creek to Reno High School, as not anticipated at this time, we're still discussing that at the Zoning Advisory Committee level. We did at Zoning Advisory Committee discuss, however, the most likely opportunities to relieve Reno High School potential overcrowding if it becomes necessary is likely via McQueen. We talked in the long-term plan about potential capacity expansion to McQueen. There's a lot of unknowns related to McQueen, including how many students may leave McQueen and go to the Hug CTE Academy, and what the growth might hold for the future Northwest Reno and the enrollment zone of McQueen. But there's some also, we'll call it funky boundary lines between Reno and McQueen that warrant some attention from the Zoning Advisory Committee, perhaps. I think there's some opportunities there. We have not dove into those yet, but that would be the most likely, I guess, relief valve for Reno High School if it becomes necessary.
Okay. Well, thank you.
So the short answer is yes on that,
that.
but not an official capacity.
Okay.
So next committee year, there will be other changes coming to other areas, still to be determined. We also worked with the principals in those areas to understand what capacity feels like, and the difference between what 95 or 94% looks like at an elementary school versus a high school level. And that was also built into this because, the numbers are larger. So we did take the time to work with the principals to understand how many students are actually on a high school campus at any given point as compared to, let's say, a elementary school or a middle school where the children are definitely on campus all the time. So these were definitely things that we worked through. We cannot show you things that may be to come, but there are some things on deck.
Okay. Thank you. All right. If there's no further questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion on this item. Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to establish new zoning boundaries for two high schools, moving a portion of students from Galena High School to Reno High School, effective for the 2021-2022 school year.
A motion by Trustee Kelly, a second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to 4.12, approval of the recommendations from the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the zoning boundaries for Damani Ranch High School, Galena High School, and Earl Wooster High School, establishing that a portion of students zoned for Damani Ranch High School and Galena High School be zoned for Earl Wooster High School, effective for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you. So in this area, we're going to be taking a look at some housekeeping related to that very, very high level of both where Damani Ranch High School and Galena High School dip into that mid-central portion of Reno. And again, some of the very small elementary school areas that were affected by the very, very far-reaching boundaries and some cleanup related to that.
So if you look at this map, again, you look at the white boxes, that'll help you. It just shows you where the Galena High School attendance zone is right now, still in the center kind of our city. Damani Ranch is kind of wraps around that gold bar. It also comes all the way up there. If you see the mauve color that sort of points down and then comes back up, that's Loader Elementary School zone. Right above it, you see like two boxes, and then there's a gold bar, and then there's sort of a mauve kind of circle, half circle. That's part of Corbett Elementary. On the left of that bar down the middle, that's Corbett going to Galena, and on the right of that, that's Corbett going to DeMonte Ranch. This will blow it up a little bit, and you'll see that more clearly. So essentially what we're looking at here is recommending that the students that are currently in that area of Loader and then currently in that area of Corbett that are in the Galena attendance zone, mauve. But they're in the Galena attendance zone, that they now go into the Wooster attendance zone. And then on the right where you see the portion of Corbett that is in the Damani Ranch attendance zone, that be moved into the Wooster zone. So watch those lines, and then you see how that changes? So now everything in the mauve is encircled by the bar above, the gold bar above, and that's Wooster's boundary.
If it's helpful, Adam Searcy again. I mean, this is, Beth used the term cleanup. I mean, the blue lines are the existing elementary school boundaries. The colors are the middle. So purple, mauve is Vaughn, and those other blue lines are existing Loader and Corbett boundaries. We're really just syncing up those high school boundaries. We've got these little tails of Loader and Corbett that are peeling off, going down to Galena and Damani, and we want to, I guess, rectify that and keep all of Loader together to Vaughn, together to Wooster, same with Corbett.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Keep going.
All right. So here again, we just have some impact data associated with these changes. We do see with this change, so on the bottom of the two tables, Wooster is creeping up, and you're going to see that. Wooster is going to creep up even a little bit more. The Galena numbers are high here because at this point in time, they assume Smith Ridge is still in Galena. That is a change that comes later that we'll recommend, that not necessarily you'll make. But Galena is high at that point because it does still contain Smith Ridge Elementary School. So you are seeing Wooster creep up a little bit, but we are seeing tighter alignment with the elementary to middle school to high school zones. Okay, I believe this is that, yeah. So this is kind of the spaghetti chart cleanup. So if you look now at Vaughn, You have Veterans and Loader and Corbett and Booth, which we've already in the last year, you adopted recommendations that put them at Vaughn Middle School. Now they would all be going to Worcester.
I'll also mention that I know that the numbers for Worcester look high, but in a future topic, we're going to discuss removing the split feeder to Donner Springs Elementary School and our recommendation to move them to DeMonte Ranch High School, and then that will further reduce some of those Worcester numbers that you see. I'll also mention from the community standpoint, there was no known opposition to this, particularly for Corbett, which is currently split between 3 different high schools. They're currently going to Worcester, Galena, and DeMonte Ranch High School, which is a very unusual burden for a single elementary school population.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I've had to remind myself of this one, but a lot of that mauve part that comes down that is, did you say Vaughn Middle School? That is a lot of commercial area, correct? So is there a large number of students in that?
So from Galena, you have a total of 111 students coming out of Loader and Corbett, and then there's 11 students coming out of DeMonte to Worcester from Corbett. I would rely on Randy, but I think the majority of the 111 are actually Corbett.
I resisted it this long. For the record, Randy Baxley, school planner. Where a lot of those students, you mentioned that kind of the spike down there is a lot of it is commercial. There is, however, a very large apartment complex.
Oh.
Right in there.
Okay.
I think it's called Village of the Woods.
Yeah.
And there are a very large number of students in those apartments, so that contributes quite a bit to that 111 student number.
And those are, they're going to Loader, did you say?
Yes.
Not Smithridge?
Yeah. They were previously, that was a change that was recommended by the Zoning Advisory Committee and approved by the board last year.
Oh. Thank you for the reminder.
And that has to do with the number of students in that Smithridge area.
Yeah, that's a high density area. Okay.
If I may, but Randy, on that, but those students aren't moving high school, they're staying at Galena.
They're not being moved in this action. This action and the action that's going to follow this one really mesh together. So it shows that area down there where it shows kind of that little island there that says Galena. That's going to be addressed in the next action.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But the mauve part currently are zoned for Galena, where your recommendation is that we move them to Worcester. Okay.
And DeMonte, right? The other part of the mauve part from DeMonte?
On the top right, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So all the mauve goes to Vaughn, and we're recommending all Vaughn to go to
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. Trustee Noble, student Noble.
So I am curious, since I assume it wasn't an accident that it happened this way, what the existing rationale was for having those parts of the mauve go to Galena and DeMonte, if any of you know of that. And also I'm curious how this change would impact student commuter safety, especially walking to school across busy roads early in the morning when it's dark. I'm not quite sure how that would shake out, but is that something you guys addressed?
Absolutely it is. Walking in this area in particular, you might have a distance that looks close, but really it's fraught with many very, very busy streets. So the Zoning Advisory Committee is not in a position to make a formal requirement for transportation, but we do build into our recommendations that we have safety concerns. And through Dr. Lamarca and other members of staff, those are all brought up to transportation.
Thank you.
And do any of you know what the existing rationale for having those parts of the MOV go to Galena and DeMonte were, if there was any, or maybe it was just a mistake?
I certainly wasn't here. Those zoning boundaries have been in effect likely since the openings of DeMonte Ranch and Galena High School. It probably had as much to do with a need to fill those schools at that time, as that area of the community was still and has been growing for many years since those schools were open. So as much an opportunity to relieve the urban area from Worcester and other high schools for the growing parts of the community to draw that population down, as it may have been an effort at that time, given the, I guess, guidelines in place to create diversity in those student populations. So it's pure speculation. That was many, many years ago. But looking at it right now, both from an enrollment perspective and just the kind of continuity of vertical matriculation standpoint, this was really an obvious cleanup action.
And then just quickly as a reminder, DeMonte Ranch High School actually opened up as a 6 through 12 until we could get DePoli opened up. I didn't know that. That's how old I am.
Institutional knowledge. Well, I think this makes sense. I know this is definitely one that has a little bit of a ripple effect. So I will ask for a motion on this item. Oh, we have public comment.
Pablo Nava Duran.
I have a lot of questions about this agenda. So, and similar to 2 years ago, so I talked to Adam Seasley and the zoning community about I emailed about we want to rezone from, I want a community that wanted to rezone from Corbett to Smithridge because Smithridge is a lot closer. And I thought like, okay, so the Fear School, Galena High School, so we want to make one school community as whole, like to the middle school and to high school. So it was not the case because I saw the Near Road area, they're split on 3 different schools. And I heard, so I saw here's the new Near Road zoning community. So you send the west of 580 freeway to Huffaker Elementary School. Oh, Huffaker Elementary School. Okay. It seemed like did not make like safer makes sense, but I guess because Huffaker go to Pine and Galena High School. Now I had to go to Reno High School. I don't have to worry about this moving to Huffaker because Huffaker parent depose of this moving to Huffaker because of the concern about crossing Virginia Street to Huffaker Elementary School. So they decided to put the Echo Lower Elementary School rather than keep it a Smithridge Elementary School, and then we go rezone to Vaughan Middle School and keep New World separate from 3 elementary school. And you do not remember that you did not pay attention that you voted yes on New World zoning community. When I said like, hold on, can you like take some time and then you move on? Okay. So since you move on, now the west of I-80 were not very happy and our community were happy because we go to Smithridge, save costs. And they go to one school, go to Pine, and then go to Smithridge, and then go to Pine. And so the West were not happy, so they had to go to Lower and then go to Vaughan because despite being walked to Smithridge to Pine, So now they want to rezone to Worcester High School. Okay, fine. Okay, we're going to recommend to rezone to Worcester High School, and then stop to interrupt the family. Okay. So I do support option 3.4, keep it as a bond community to one school, Worcester High School.
Thank you.
That's all I have on this item.
Okay, thank you. It took me a second to reframe myself. I was looking at this map wrong, that the blue line on the outskirt of the mauve area is 580, correct? There it's the tan line that separates the mauve from the, that's 580, correct? Okay. I was thinking it was the other side. So I know which apartments you're talking about, but I was confused, so. So that recommendation is to move the boundary to have Vaughn, all students zoned for Vaughn Middle School go to Worcester High School.
Right. It actually changes the Monty zone just a little bit.
Slightly.
And changes the Galena zone and moves those students into Worcester. That's the recommended motion.
Okay. Would anyone like to, oh, we have a question?
Yes. Before any member of the Board of Trustees makes a motion on this, I would like to request that if this motion is approved, that the Board of Trustees very seriously consider the implications of students commuting to school in this area. As Ms. Smith mentioned, very small distances can be quite deadly. And already in our district, we have a problem with student safety walking to school. So if this motion is approved, the district will eventually need to take steps to ameliorate the effects that will put in place for students walking. I would urge them to consider that as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry, did we get clarification? Is this area within the walking zone for Worcester High School? It is, okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's a great point to bring up. Something worth looking at, especially just even that little chunk down below Moana. And I know that's not any of you, but I'm just throwing it out there. I do completely agree to taking in that consideration. I think, we've had just such a devastating year with pedestrian safety in this district. But I also kind of see the other side of it too, that these kids were probably on the bus for a very lengthy period to get all the way down to Galena High School. And we know how dangerous the roads can be for new drivers or in weather. So to me, the distance of travel time is also a positive counterpoint to the move. I think we just need to consider the pedestrian safety too. So, all right, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Vice President Taylor.
I'm on the wrong page. I'm on the first one.
412.
Yes, I'm on the first one. Here we go. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to establish new zoning boundaries for 3 high schools, moving a portion of students from DeMonte Ranch High School and Galena High School to Earl Worcester High School, effective for the 2021-22 school year, and that we pay particular attention to the safety of those students that will be making that walk to Worcester High School.
Thank you. Okay, a motion by Vice President Taylor, a second by Trustee Minetto. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously, and we are on to agenda item 4.13. For time's sake, I'm not going to read it. It's on the board.
So this recommendation was a really excellent experience, and this is also when the Zoning Advisory Committee got to meet Trustee Noble as well too. This is a great opportunity to pause and to make sure that the Board of Trustees understands that most of the recommendations we land on are not where we started. They almost never are. This is a great example of that. There are many different ways that this centralized and southern portion of Reno could have come together. And with working very closely with the community, with hearing their thoughts, we were able to go back, work with staff on multiple new options that were very warmly embraced. We came back with several different options that were very attuned to what the community was sharing, and ultimately you'll see the recommendation that we have here. This recommendation is supported by Worcester High School and all of the affected principals. They did feel that of all the new options that were discussed, that this was the one that ideally met the needs. So we're very pleased to share this with you now.
So now we have our bearings a little bit with the map, because you pointed out where the blue line was. So really we're talking about some changes here that affect Smithridge Elementary. Well, it affects the Galena boundary, the Worcester boundary, and the DeMonte boundary again. But we're kind of pointing at Smithridge. Smithridge split feeds in this picture. You see kind of in the upper left-hand corner a white box says Galena High School attendance zone with a black arrow. That's pointing to part of Smithridge. It's just east of that boundary where Loader was. Okay, it's just the east side of the freeway. East of that bronze line that demarcates the Galena High School attendance zone, that's the DeMonte Ranch zone. So you see that Smithridge is split, fed to Galena and to DeMonte Ranch. So ultimately the recommendation is for all of Smithridge to go to DeMonte Ranch High School. As Ms. Smith discussed, the original administrative recommendation was for all of Smithridge to go to Worcester, which would have created a host of different changes. And because of community input, Randy and Adam went back to the drawing board, came up with several additional alternatives, and so the one that you are hearing tonight is the one that was landed on. So you kind of see the split boundary for Smithridge. Just to the east of it, you see that blue line, that solid blue line. Just to the east of that, prior to the boundary for DeMonte, that's a little sliver of Dodson Elementary. Very, very few students. But this recommendation actually has that portion go to Worcester. And then if you follow east, and then a little bit south, you see a section of Donner Springs Elementary. Ms. Smith brought this up earlier. So Donner Springs split feeds at this point. We're recommending that that portion come out of the Worcester zone, all of Donner Springs, but that portion which was zoned for Worcester now move into the DeMonte Ranch High School zone. So these bars will work. I know because Randy put this together. So you see the split feed with Smithridge and then Dodson and then Donner. So you see all of the changes that are really affecting DeMonte and Worcester, but a large chunk of students coming out of Smithridge from Galena. Okay? So here we have the impact data. We do see that Worcester creeps up. It's a little bit lower. If you compare the two graphs, it's lower on the bottom side because Donner Springs is being moved out of Worcester, so that's a good thing. It provides some relief. Keeps Worcester at a high level, but it's a little bit lower than Reno was, if you're kind of doing that math. You also see that DeMonte Ranch gains some enrollment with these particular changes. We don't have Galena listed here, but I believe, if I've done my math right, in the first year, in 21-22, we're pulling about 125 kids out of Galena that were in Smithridge. That creeps up over time.
So does that put us in jeopardy? I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Does that put us in jeopardy at Galena, in your opinion, then?
No, I think not. Not at Galena. It doesn't put us in jeopardy.
Okay.
It reduces the enrollment at Galena, is what I'm saying. The increases at DeMonte steadily go up, and so there's actually fewer students at Galena.
Oh, I see, because they're moving some students from Galena to DeMonte and to Worcester. Okay.
Right. This is kind of the cleanup picture of this. Again, you have Vaughn feeding into Worcester. You have Pine, which is Still got those split feeders, unfortunately, but every elementary school is going to one middle school and then going to one high school in this particular plan. And then you do see DeMonte above as well. So I want you to ignore what's on the screen. I apologize. We did hand out a change to the recommended motion. And I do believe with a scribbled out DeMonte Ranch and a penciled in Wooster, that if you choose, you have an accurate recommendation in front of you.
Thank you. All right. Have public comment. We'll take our public comment first.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Okay. So you saw my email. Good. Okay. So I'm going to talk about all options. So option one, I do not like option one at all because you moving stuff from Smithfield to Wooster High School and you being a lone school from Pine to Wooster. Because it's so bad idea because I tell the zoning community that if you rezone to Wooster High School, rezone to Vaughn Middle School. So I tell the member meeting that this guy, the leader, told not to pass this motion because of the diversity and segregation, all kind of stuff. Because so diversity is not really important to me, but keeping it one school to go to another school and to another school at one community makes sense. So here we go. So option one done. So option two is not a bad idea because I like the idea of New World moving to DeMonte Wayne High School, mix it together with Dawson and Dawson. I feel like Hidden Valley being a lone school to Wooster High School, not a good idea. So for option four, I like the idea to create a community with Dawson and Hidden Valley to go to Wooster High School. And then I saw the number that Wooster High School will be overcrowded. Okay, not the best idea. So option three, I like to eliminate the lone school, like bringing two school from having two school, for example, Smithfield and Dawson will go to DeMonte Wayne High School, and then Dawson and Hidden Valley will go to Wooster High School. You know, if you want to go to one school, but not such a case, so you sometimes they put the lone school to go to high school. So not a bad idea. So I have two questions. So I like to keep the Smith Street to be at one school to go to Pine and to go to Galena High School because the reason why I live here because I want to my sister she currently in 4th grade at Mariposa and I want to attend her to go to Galena High School. But right now the zoning will be zoned for DeMonte Wayne High School. So I have two questions. Question one, what if the Smith Street can stay Galena High School? What the number look like? Number two, if a whole Smith Street go to Galena High School, and does the Galena will make overcrowding? So, thank you.
Thank you. All right. If one of you wouldn't mind just giving us a little bit more information about the various options. Actually, I think I'd like to hear a little bit more about the various options you looked at and kind of the pros and cons and how you settled on this option. I have to be honest, looking at this one, I need some help getting there because to me, there's a clear line along McCarran that, keeps everything north going to Wooster and a lot of our other decisions, we've used those major boundaries as, as the zoning line. So that's what I'm looking at.
And I can help with that.
Thank you.
So this area goes to a lot of different schools. And so again, going back to those guiding principles, wanting to minimize disruption, trying to respect the community and the areas that they're in, but also recognizing our growth. So we started with some staff recommendations that would have actually had Hidden Valley Elementary School going down to Damani Ranch, recognizing that the connector exists now. That also had Smith Ridge going to Wooster and a few other changes. That was met with resounding opposition. And there were a lot of very valid thoughts about that. We respected that. Maybe that's something that Trustee Noble might want to weigh in on. So we understood that this was an option that distinctly did not feel right. Thankfully, we had other options that also very much aligned to our guiding principles, namely with Smith Ridge. They were already split between Galena High School and Damani Ranch. So if we want to focus on minimizing disruption and maintaining one of their feeder flows, we can move away from the Galena zone matriculation, which we really don't we don't believe fits in the pattern that we have, but we can continue them over to Damani Ranch High School, which was met with support overall and without completely moving their high school in its entirety. We also looked at Dodson in some of these cases and also pulling Dodson over to Damani Ranch High School and still having Smith Ridge go, but then that created a really interesting jump between Hidden Valley Elementary School ultimately being an island going around. So there were different ways that the puzzle pieces came together. So what we used in this case was community feedback, principal feedback, respecting the zones that these schools were already zoned for and trying to align to the high schools that one area was at least going to, and removing those split feeders. And like Mr. Pablo Navaduran mentioned, we ended up with 4 options. Number 1, no one really liked. 2 and 4 were palatable in their different ways, but the community came together, including the principals, and felt ultimately that number 3 was the one that balanced the guiding principles, the needs of the community, minimizing the disruption with at least going with an already zoned school and still having numbers that worked for the long run. But yes, there's a bunch of different ways that could have been valid. So this is an area where we really did look to the community and to the principals in trying to minimize the disruption.
And I appreciate that. I think that's great. I know that the goal is always to do that in all situations, but we don't always get the community input from all sides. And so my concern, I guess, is a little bit that how is this decision-making process different than some of the other communities that you've gone to? Are we being process-wise equitable across all of our schools and not? And while I commend the student input and the, engagement from the Wooster families and the process of this decision, we've got a lot of Huffaker families that were really engaged. Did we provide them with the kind of same opportunity to have input? And I know we did, but I just want that on the record that we're not treating this situation any differently than any of our other zoning decisions at the committee level. So.
Let me comment. I think that's a really important point that you're making, and I can say with full confidence that this was the consistent process that led to this decision. Okay. It was very much like Huffaker in the previous year. As Ms. Smith mentioned, administration came in with a couple of options at our first meeting. We heard public comment. We had student voice, we had parent voice, we had teacher voice, we had administration, former administration, very passionate, talking. It wasn't all one-sided. There were some comments that were supportive of the initial recommendation to the Zoning Advisory Committee, but that's our process. We then went back and we looked to see if there were other scenarios that would work. We brought that back. We heard a whole host of other community input. The Zoning Advisory Committee did what you expect them to do. They debated this issue for a very long time on 2 different meetings, and they ultimately came up with option 3 as the best fit. I believe it's very similar to what occurred in the previous year with Huffaker. Also with the Mars-Hers area. If you remember, with Mars-Hers, we did have very passionate conversations. Splitting Brown came, I think, the 3rd meeting of 4 meetings. before that was even an option, and now we see that has been sort of well accepted.
All right.
Trustee Raymond,
Yes.
if I might. So first, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Zoning Committee in particular for their particular amenability to change on this one, and their receptiveness to the public comment and community input from Worcester High School in specific, and other members of the community as well. And Trustee Raymond, the point about McCarran is a very good one. There's a very clear line there. But there were some specific problems regarding the way it would have impacted Worcester High School's culture, Worcester High School's populations, and just generally the climate at Worcester High School as well. It would affect the IB program, do a couple of other things that would have created great complications. So even though it looks more complicated geographically, it really is the simpler solution. And as Ms. Smith mentioned, it is fully supported by the student and faculty population of Worcester High School.
Oh, I appreciate that. But we're looking at addresses, right?
Absolutely, and that's really the beauty of this, is that this is an option that absolutely does align. It was part of a very long-term conversation, and there was a lot of discussion around it, but this recommendation does actually align with our guiding principles, and we do feel that we have followed the process that we've followed all along the way.
Great. Trustee Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to hear a little more in terms of your concerns, more about your concerns. I know part of it's an equity issue, and I certainly understand that. But I'm in particular looking at the safety issue in crossing McCarran, because it looks to me like the recommendation also keeps some people from crossing McCarran that are crossing McCarran now, because they are zoned for Worcester, but now they're going to be going to DeMonte. Am I seeing that? I want to make sure I understand. Okay, so in one case we have more kids crossing, in another case we have fewer. Okay. Okay, I wanted to make sure I didn't miss that point that you were making. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I was looking at just, when I was reviewing the packet, it made sense to me for that pocket to go to Worcester, and looking at this for Smithridge to go to Worcester. It looks closer on the map. It looks like McCarran's this neat dividing line. And so, without the background and knowing how much work you put into it, that was sort of the first glance look at it. And I understand all the other stuff and appreciate all the work. So I want to put that on the record, too.
If we could have 4 more high schools, we can make it work for
you. Adam, you have something to add?
Beth used the phrase puzzle pieces, and that to a certain degree, not to minimize the human element of it. Sometimes from our lens, we're working with spreadsheets here, and there's a lot of different ways that we could arrange these in combination to achieve viable solutions. They all work. Smithridge and Worcester doesn't work numerically speaking unless you take somebody else out. And that was the original proposal, was to take Hidden Valley down the Southeast Connector to DeMonte and Smithridge into Worcester. It works numerically. Arguably, it works geographically, but that's not the entirety of the decision-making process.
Yeah.
So,
but that's an important part of it. I appreciate that input. Thank you. You've helped me. And now, if anyone else, we already did public comment. Are there any other comments, questions? Anyone want to make a motion? Somebody, please. We closed public comment for this item. We have one more item before we're done, 4.10. So I need a motion, though, so we can leave here at some point. Somebody. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I can do it.
Don't forget to use your special sheet.
Got it. I move the Board of Trustees approves a recommendation to establish new zoning boundaries for 3 high schools, moving a portion of students from Galena High School and a portion of students from Worcester High School to DeMonte Ranch High School, and moving a small portion of students from DeMonte Ranch High School to Worcester High School.
Thank you. Okay. Motion by trustee Cottle, second by trustee Minetto. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Great. Passes unanimously. We're on back up to agenda item 4.10. I'm not going to read it aloud. It's on the screen. And this is our cleanup one, right?
All right, so we are going to completely leave that portion of town and move to a completely different area of the community. I will not read all of the changes, but this is also in line with cleaning up some of the areas that we have, some changes that were important to the communities, and bringing more of those closed matriculation cycles that we've been talking about, including moving a portion of students into Sparks High School.
So this truly is what I think Adam referred to earlier as cleanup. So this is really vestiges from zoning 2 years ago. But now that we'd opened up high school zoning in this particular year, it was time to do this cleanup. There's a bunch of changes that are being proposed here, many of which are very small in scale, a couple which are a little bit more significant. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to move kind of clockwise, sort of. I'm going to start in the left lower quadrant where it says Hug High School to Sparks High School, 103 students. So that is a portion of students within the current Hug High School boundary, which we are proposing goes into Sparks High School. Is that east of or west of El Rancho?
That's east of El Rancho.
Okay. Oh, all right. So the blue line is El Rancho. That solid line is Sullivan. So that's a little corridor right in there. Of all these changes, this is the only one that I recall where we had any substantive public input. So as Ms. Smith mentioned, we always have like a discussion before we take it to a meeting where we have action. So when this was originally discussed, there were some comments about, do you really need to make that particular change? So Randy and Adam went back, they looked at some different scenarios, but came back with this particular recommendation. We did approach the administration at Sparks High School to find out their comfort level with this particular change. They're very open to this change. They receive a lot of variances from this little sliver, so you're going to see that. If you move then right into the center, you see a little box that says Hug High School to Reed High School. That is cleanup. That is just on the east side of Pyramid Highway, north of McCarran. West side of Pyramid Highway, north of McCarran. So there's really no students there, and you don't see any students in the box. But geographically, it is zoned for Sepulveda, and so we are moving all of Sepulveda to Reed in this recommendation. If you go up to the left top quadrant, you see Spanish Springs to Reed High School. This is a substantial group of kids, about 90 kids. These students are also zoned for Sepulveda. They're further north along the Pyramid Highway in that area above Walmart. Correct?
I believe so,
yeah. Again, no public comment regarding that particular shift. Right to the right of that, you see Reed High School to Spanish Springs High School. This is very small cleanup. That's 5 students. Those students will actually be zoned for Bohatch Elementary School.
Paul, where's Van Gorder on this map?
They're not shown.
Okay. They're farther north?
They're farther north.
Okay.
So all you're seeing, the stars that you're seeing in that mauve area above, which that mauve area is the zone for Sky Ranch. The only 2 stars you see there are Beasley Elementary and Sepulveda Elementary. And the reason for that is those 2 particular schools in this plan all go to Reed High School. So we're not showing a lot of the Spanish Springs area in this. If you then come all the way down to, you see a section Reed High School to Sparks High School. You guys made a change last year where you made a split in the Lincoln Park and the Moss zone. So this is cleanup there. Again, this makes sense to us. We'll show you in a moment.
If I can interject real quick on that one. Sorry. Sometimes I'm translating from the different programs into the displays, pieces get left out. There's supposed to be an arrow going from that box, the Reed High School to Sparks High School, to that little notch showing the blue there to the left. That's what that's supposed to refer to. That notch right there. That's what this. For whatever reason, the arrow that went with that didn't translate across into the presentation.
Okay, the last two changes, you see a Worcester to Reed High School, that is merely cleanup. And that is a change that all those students are zoned for Moss Elementary. So Moss goes to Reed, Moss doesn't go, well, Moss goes to Mendive and Mendive goes to Reed. Moss does not go over into the Worcester zone. Then you see a small section where you have Sparks High School going to Worcester, and again, we're talking about 2 students. That's in the very bottom. That's just south of the freeway, I-80, a very sparsely populated area in there. But those students go to Vaughn Middle School, which goes to Worcester. Okay? This is the cleanup with the zone changes. So here is the various changes. There's the cleanup. So again, just let me, and then I'll be quiet. The only one of these changes where we really received any controversial input was around the hug to Sparks. However, the second time it was heard, we had positive comments. We had administration indicating to us this was a very acceptable change. So we're very confident with the recommendation.
I just want to recharacterize. The cleanup makes sense to me, but another way maybe of phrasing it is we are aligning the high school zoning boundaries with the existing elementary and middle school zoning boundaries. I think if, when we toggle back and forth between this slide and the next slide, you see how much more well aligned those boundaries are on top of one another. And then, of course, you vividly see it on those, we call them spaghetti charts, as so many of those schools are splitting to different upper schools, and then when we do the cleanup, so to speak, on the right-hand side, it's much more well aligned.
Oh, that's okay. Madam President, if I may. Thank you very much. I do have a question. Just go back to the Hug Sparks. So I've got a little feedback on this. That move, Hug High School to Sparks High School, that 103. You said the second time it was presented that there was more support from it. You said administratively, I believe, Dr. LaMarca. How about the parental, the community, or student voice on that, on this the second time around?
So the first time around, the first time around, all the public comment was actually from staff. Well, there was actually, I believe, a gentleman that was former Sparks student, maybe part of the PTA, and then a staff member. That was the questioning of that particular change. There wasn't any public comment, or there wasn't any families that came out, and nor was there the second time. But we did reach out to administration, and administration was very positive. And I believe there was public comment at the second meeting from staff that indicated that change was acceptable. But I don't recall anyone from a family commenting on either occasion.
Okay. Students included?
Students included.
Okay. Thank you.
Am I accurate?
That's the way I recall it as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was, I'm sorry, it was more of a, I want to understand this better type of questioning and conversation. We actually didn't modify this recommendation. We just came back had some exhibits that zoomed in, said, hey, this is what El Rancho looks like, this is what Sullivan looks like, this is an apartment complex, this is a shopping center. Let's talk about the history of this neighborhood and why and what the variance numbers look like, the total number of variances from that community into Sparks Middle and Sparks High. Into Sparks High, rather. They're all zoned for Sparks Middle in the orange, rather than going to Hug. Want to keep them with their middle school peers into Sparks High. So the more we talked about it, it did take more discussion, but we stayed with the original recommendation in this instance.
Okay, thank you. And it's cleaner on the, what do we call it, spaghetti
It
chart?
is cleaner,
Chart?
and
what do we call it? Whatever, octopus chart?
Yeah.
Something with a lot of legs chart?
Spider.
Yeah, that one.
The cleanup
you.
sometimes gets mischaracterized against us. You know, it looks pretty on a map kind of thing. I know people don't mean that, but I want to make note of, you know, that's not the goal here, is to have nice looking maps. The logic is keeping the continuity of the vertical matriculation.
And that's why I referred to it. It's cleaner on there, not necessarily prettier, but it's cleaner. So, thank you.
Me being sensitive to the criticism, like we get that.
Easy.
thrown.
Same team.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think Trustee Minetto was
Trustee Minetto
before me.
I know you just said this, Adam, but there's that little, I had constituents asking me, you know, why is it I can look out my window and see Hug, but I'm zoned for Sparks? Would you reiterate what you just said about that? Up there, just above where it says Sparks High School attendance zone, that little.
The notch that's north of McCarran and west of Pyramid.
So let me comment on that. So we do show the new Hug High School at Wild Creek, but we are not in this set of recommendations recommending boundaries for the new high school at Wild Creek. So that will be discussed. We do have an we have an action item on our February Zoning Advisory Committee meeting regarding Wild Creek, but it's not that particular area. It's the split up in Sun Valley, and it's the existing Hug boundary. So we have ample time to discuss Wild Creek, and we will be coming back to the Board of Trustees once the Zoning Advisory Committee follows its process and makes recommendations.
Oh, okay. Great. Trustee Cotto.
Yeah, on the slide where it has your enrollment projections, you helped answer my question, because I was wondering how Spanish Springs High School saw such a decrease in enrollment when we haven't even talked about Sun Valley yet. Almost 1,000 students in a couple of years. Where is that coming from? Because I know the big reduction for Spanish Springs was intended for Sun Valley, which hasn't happened. We haven't seen that yet. So where is the significant reduction in enrollment coming from for Spanish Springs? Is it projecting out that you intend to move all of Sun Valley, or?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's based on.
Mike.
Thank you. Adam, do you want to take them back through the timeline?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, for the purposes of these enrollment projection charts, we're making the assumption that the new Hug at Wild Creek will be opened in 2022, and that the northern half of Sun Valley will be rezoned into that school. That's what you're seeing in these charts.
Got it.
Specific to the previous comment, that hasn't been acted on by the zoning committee, but you know, in order to look 10 years out into the future for the long-term impacts of these changes, we have to bury some assumptions, and that's what those kind of colored vertical lines indicate.
Got it. That makes sense, because I was looking at it thinking another 500 students could be coming out of that, and Spanish Springs to be at 1,300. So that makes sense that assumption is being made to get that large number. So thank you.
Student Trustee Nathan Noble.
So I do know that the students who live on the Native American reservation near Pyramid do attend certain schools throughout this area. I'm not super knowledgeable about this, but do you guys know if how this would impact those students, if it will at all?
There's several different communities. Are you referring to the Hungry Valley community, or so Hungry Valley would continue to be zoned for Spanish Springs High School with these changes?
Any other questions, comments? We have public comment on this item. Thank you.
Pablo.
Okay, so you forgot to send my question like before your recommendation. So I meant like, what happened if Smith said Galena, and then what if Galena overcrowded? I do support option 3, and you vote on option 3. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, so I have nothing regarding this agenda, but I do support that all the Fear school will go to all of Fear elementary school. I'll go to one middle school and then to one high school. That's not something K for done because they go to Delaware and then go to Reed High School. Yeah, I do support like there was a special midnight, which is 10 to 20 year. Maybe like rezone done to midnight and to Reed High School. You know, like I mentioned that part, like I said, like there was a former school will be the sphere to high school. So I'm agree with that because I checked the school enrollment. Not every school enrollment is the same because you have to take the overcrowded, like what the student environment look like. So thank you.
Thank you. That's it? Okay. Any other questions, comments? So I would be looking for a motion that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to establish new zoning boundaries for 5 high schools, moving a portion of students zoned for Proctor Ugg High School, Spanish Springs High School, and Earl Wooster High School to the Edward C. Reed High School zone, moving a portion of students zoned for Edward C. Reed High School to the Spanish Springs High School zone, moving a portion of students zoned for Proctor R. Hugg High School and Edward C. Reed High School to the Sparks High School zone, and moving a portion of students zoned for Sparks High School to the Earl Wooster High School zone, with all changes effective for the 2021-2022 school year. Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Cottle, a second by Trustee Minetto. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I need you to stick around for a second. Our legal counsel has asked that I reopen agenda item 4.13 just to make doubly sure that we got the motion correct, and we may have to make an amendment. I'll let legal counsel take it from here.
No, I don't think we need a motion to reopen it because the chair can modify the agenda as she sees necessary. So one is we need a year for when we're going to start, which we didn't put in the motion. So I think we need to amend the motion. And number 2 is the second part, moving a small portion of students from Demai Ranch to Wooster. I didn't see that on the map. So is that correct?
That is correct. That was the sliver from Dodson.
I just want to make sure.
That's on the map, and the year is 21-22.
That's your recommendation.
That's our recommendation.
My question, because I'm glad it's reopened. I'm a little confused because the map showed that we're moving students from Wooster to DeMonte, but the motion said from DeMonte to Wooster.
The top part.
Both directions. I see.
So if you remember, Smithridge split fed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so Smithridge was all going to go to DeMonte Ranch, and then Donner Springs, which split feeds, was now all going to go to DeMonte Ranch, and the Donner Springs was Wooster to DeMonte Ranch, but then there was a very small sliver of Dodson that was going to DeMonte Ranch, now is going to Wooster.
I think it looks correct from the wording. I went back and looked at the maps. I think we've got the description right of the moves. I think we just need to, an amendment to the motion to add effective the 2021-2022 school year. Okay.
Sorry, it's for a different item.
Oh, okay.
Since I made the motion, I can go ahead and make the amendment to the motion to add the recommended year of the start to 2021-2022 academic year.
Who made the second?
I think it was Trustee Minetto. Do you have that, JJ? Yes. Okay.
Are you good with that?
Would you accept the friendly amendment? Yes. Okay. Now I do everybody. All those in favor? Yeah. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you for helping us clear that up. And thank you. I missed the opportunity to, and I think for all of us to thank the Zoning Advisory Committee that does so much work on an ongoing basis. I know we have Adriana in the back, and I know there are many more at home. Oh, another one. Can you share your name, please?
Hi, I'm Christine Hull.
Thank you all and staff for the immense amount of work that goes into this, the maps, everything that goes behind this work, and the community outreach that you do is just second to none. So thank you so much. I think we would appreciate your Deputy Chief Price. Okay, let's try to whiz through the last of this here. 5.01, do we have any board reports? Did I skip something?
Principal for the day was great.
Yes.
Am I okay? Okay. Yes, Principal for a Day was wonderful. Thank you to the Education Alliance for putting on an amazing event. Interim Superintendent Report 5.02.
I just have a really quick, so a first grader actually told me this joke the other day. So there's a 80-year-old pirate that just had a birthday. He can't answer this, so it's, what did he say on his birthday? And it's, I am 80. I'm 80. And actually it wasn't from a first grader, it was from our Chief Accountability Officer. So, anyways,
maybe, yeah. Okay. So closing item 6.01, future agenda item requests. Anyone? I have one. The NA Nevada Association of School Boards joint committee meeting was on Friday, and there was a request for all the districts in the state of Nevada, for all the boards to consider signing a code of conduct. So I would like to bring back for this board to consider that code of conduct, whether we would want to make any changes to it and whether there'd be an appetite to sign a code of conduct. So I'll add that to a future agenda item. And last, we'll go to our final public comment, 6.02.
John Eppolito.
Hi, my name is John Eppolito. I'm with Protect Nevada Children. In the Wall Street Journal article I gave you earlier, the reporter points out that anything a child does on an education app leaves a digital footprint that may come back to haunt them later in life. Competitive colleges, prospective employers, and military recruiters are all trying to find reasons to reject young people. If Caleb did not commit suicide the day after he took the Kahoot test while at school, titled, "Should I Kill Myself?" his family would have never known he took the test, but Kahoot would have known. You can find a link to the My News 4 story on our Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. Per the news story, the reporter was surprised the district didn't seem to have a problem with the content on Kahoot. What is the content on the hundreds of other district-approved apps? No one really knows. This is the 5th time that we know of that the district-approved education vendors have either breached our children's data, sold it to the Chinese, or exposed students to inappropriate content. Unfortunately, we learned earlier in this meeting that it's taking about a year to get Kahoot out of our schools. This is incredible. It's beyond unacceptable. How many district students will take the Kahoot suicide test over the extra year? Another important question is, what will Kahoot do with the data on all these kids who took the suicide test but are still alive? Per an internal district memo, quote, Kahoot, this tool is not approved for use in Washington County School District. The product may collect student PII to market the product. This product may collect student PII and send and or sell to a third party, end quote. It sounds like Kahoot may be selling the suicide data, but to whom? Parents of students who took the test will never know. I believe Kahoot is an overseas company. The district is forcing students to use hundreds of other free apps. The district has little to no control over the content of these apps, and even less control over what the free vendors really do with our children's data. Most of these apps that are free to the district are paid with student data. Simply by taking the Kahoot suicide test, a student could be haunted by the digital footprint later in life. In fact, it's likely anything incriminating a student does on any free app the district is forcing them to use may negatively affect their future. Unfortunately, our district forces children starting in kindergarten to use free education apps. You can find us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Got to word from him. Calm down. So I know the protection service. We need the protection service. So I give you advice from parent to please supervise the children to use social media. If you let the children to use internet unexpectedly, the children will not to get too well. So parents get involved. So okay. So back to the zoning meeting. I'd like to thank Simon Sigley, Paul Mamaka, Beth Smith, and the other zoning community for the zoning meeting. And then now, and it's a very difficult situation for newer students who are affected by this zoning community. Will have to go to Guantanamo High School rather than Galena High School. And for me, it's a very sad situation because we want to live here. We want to be part of the Galena community. Now my sister will not be part of Galena High School anymore. So tell my parents, made me discuss should we stay here, go to Pine, go to the money, because this option 3 feel better than the first one. So I take that for granted, or maybe I should move to Sun Valley and attend their Sky, go to a new Hook High School at Wild Creek. And thank you. Thank you for Zone 20 for the fix near well from Corporate to Smith Street that make a community as a whole. And thank you for the near well. Now the near well zoning community is over. So I will be involved some zoning construction on Wild Creek High School and the Sun Valley community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. That's it. Okay. Our next meeting is Tuesday, February 25th in this room. We do have a board work session that day at 12 noon, and then the board meeting starts at 4 p.m. And I will now adjourn the meeting.